Head of Consumer Products at EcoBank Ghana PLC, and it gives me pleasure to welcome you all to the Diaspora Conversations this morning with the theme, A Journey Through Ghana. It's always an exciting time for me to be part of this great idea and journey. Last year, we held a similar conference here in this auditorium. I'm proud to be here today as well and blessed to be here. I know the various engagements led by GUBA has touched many lives, making it easy for Ghanaian communities living in the diaspora to settle and give back to our dear nation, Ghana. Kudos once again to the entire Jennifer and the team. We are extremely delighted to have you all here with us. And we know some of you have traveled from far. I heard quite a number of places, Colorado, California, Florida, whatever it is. Welcome so far, and thank you for coming here to be with us today. We are extremely delighted. We continue to partner with GUBA because their network reflects what EcoBank Transnational Incorporated is all about. It's all about a Pan-African bank with a focus to support the growth of African businesses and financial inclusion of all Africans. EcoBank Ghana PLC has over the years sought to develop products and services to meet the needs of individuals, small enterprises, as well as corporate customers. These products include, but not limited, because at the end of the day, each and every one of us have a need, as an individual or as an institution or as a company. Partnerships that we've had with various international money transfer organizations. I can see some other transfer organizations being represented here today, and they include MoneyGram, via UnityLink, Western Union, ZPay, etc. These products allow diaspora to send money back home to pay for school fees, health services, and then to these funds are able to be received over the counters at the bank, over 60 branches. And then, of course, currently you are able to receive our remittances direct into your account. Our flagship rapid transfer product allows Africans in 33 African countries to remit to family and friends across the region, whilst Rapid Transfer International allows all African diaspora living in the European countries to remit to our network of 33 African countries. Working with both international and local schemes, our bouquet of card products, debit, credit, prepaid, virtual, helps you to make payments seamless across and within borders. Today, we sit in the comfort of our homes. We are able to purchase items in different locations, pay for our subscription. Our liability products, which is the core product that allows you to have a banking relationship with the bank, which is account, allows you to start your relationship regardless of who you are. We have the digital accounts, we have the low KYC accounts, and then high KYC accounts as well. Again, we have asset products which we have worked to ensure that individuals and companies have access to an array of loan products to support customers when they need financial support. Personal loans mentioned, auto loans, mortgages. I know when people come in to settle, there's need for such services. To ensure efficient distribution of our products and services, to achieve scale, we have invested in our digital distribution network to augment the physical networks and to promote self-service options. Our distribution networks include our express points. I'm sure you all know that, banking in your community. We also have the mobile banking platforms for EcoBank. We call it the EcoBank Mobile. We also have internet banking. We call the EcoBank Online. 60 branches, 240 ATMs. ATMs are both cash and then withdrawal ATMs. SMEs and local businesses have access to a number of products to meet their unique needs: accounts, loans, trade services, digital platforms, to mention a few. The corporate banking business also offers cash management services, which is key, loans, payment platforms, trade transactions, and corporate advisory services. All business units provide relationship managers to cater for unique needs of customers. As we engage today and listen to the various panel discussions, be reminded that EcoBank Ghana PLC has all it takes to offer you the financial advice and support you will need. I've always found these words very encouraging and interesting by Saji J.M.E. It's inspirational. It says that You are either supporting the vision or supporting the vision. We at EcoBank, we decide to support the vision of pan-Africanism, where we want to promote Africans to be able to go beyond where they are today. On that note, on behalf of the Executive Director of Consumer Banking, the management of EcoBank, and the organizers of this conference, I wish to welcome you all to the Diaspora Conversation, a journey through Ghana. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, EcoBank, for having us also once again. And it's so important that we continue to maintain these partnerships, because although Madam Kate was, highlighting the work that we do, we also need you guys. We also need the organizations. We also need to connect in order to be able to facilitate and deliver what we do. So thank you very much, Madam Kate. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Ken Jura to the stage, please. Is Mr. Ken in there? Is he here? I think he might be outside. He is around. If you could ask him to come, please. And just to give a little brief of Mr. Ken Jura. So Mr. Ken Jura is a member of the GUBA Diaspora Network, a very dedicated member. He attends almost all our events, but he's also an artist. He's also a poet, and he's very passionate about Africa. He's very passionate about the possibilities, the growth of Africa, and he likes to express it in lots of different ways. So we've invited him today to also share one of his spoken words with you all. So hopefully very shortly he will be here, but he was here very early, I can tell you that for sure. He was really very early, very passionate, and a lovely person to engage with. Okay, good morning, Mr. Ken. If you'd like to come to the stage, please, and share your message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ken Jura. I'm an artist and a poet from Takoradi, Western Region in Ghana. I'd like to share a poem with you this morning, and it's called Youth is the Morning Flower. Youth is the morning flower, the power that precipitates, nourishing budding souls eager to reach goals, then dissipates when life flies and we fail to use the potential that lies within us. Now is not the time for discouragement. Brothers, sisters, be encouraged onward, solving pressing needs, taking part in solutions. We are not pressed in by walls of impossibility. We are doors of opportunity. Assume no limitation and build the nation of our imagination. Let us do so before you, when age becomes an excuse as we fade away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jura. Thank you. I mean, we all express things very differently, and it's also very nice to see a different dynamic of how somebody's passion is expressed. And, there's lots of angles and lots of facets to engaging with Africa, and people see it from different lenses. And I think it's very important that we all kind of embrace the different ways that we love and demonstrate our engagement with Africa. So just to give a bit about the GUBA Diaspora Network. The GUBA Diaspora Network is a community of diasporans from all over the world. We have currently a membership of 189 members or diasporans from all over the world. Some are in Ghana, some are based out of Ghana, but still connect. And one of the things that we aim to do and try and strive to do is to support the diasporan community as they desire to connect transition, do business, or invest in Ghana. And there are lots of, everybody's on their own journey. Everybody has their own purpose of what they want to do and connect. So we've engaged with people that have never been to the continent of Africa, but want to find out more. They've got the thirst, they want to know what's going on, they want to understand how things are working. So we are in the process of planning people's trip to Ghana for the first time. We've got people that have come on a few occasions and just simply want to try and get things done. So they want to meet certain individuals, they want to meet certain organizations, they want to understand, how do I get a Ghana card? How do I open up a bank account? How do I register my business? You know, some of those areas that maybe are not as clear initially, but just to guide them through. We've got others that have big investment ideas. We've got members that have set up guest houses, hotels, restaurants. Some of them you will see today in today's conference. But it's really beautiful that we engage with a range of people that all have very passionate ideas of what they want to do. And people see the opportunities. Sometimes not everybody sees that. Sometimes when I have conversations with some family members, they're like, why are you coming to Ghana? What's in Ghana? You know, but not everybody sees that. And there are lots of opportunities, not just in the big things, but also the smaller things. And that's one thing that we also wanted to communicate with you guys today. So you'll meet some of our investors, people that have invested in huge projects, others that have invested in smaller projects, but have also grown to be big projects. And it's quite important that we also look through Ghana, or look at Ghana through the lens of the opportunities that it holds for us as collective people. Throughout the GUBA Diaspora Network, we do lots of things. We don't always get it right, but we're still learning and we're still trying to support. And I think the passion that we have to support the community is definitely there within the team. It was founded last year, so just last year. I moved to Ghana last year. So I decided to leave UK and come to Ghana. People asking me all kinds of questions. I was a teacher in the UK, so I'm a teacher, secondary school teacher, been teaching for many years, but I decided to pack it all in and come to Ghana and do something different. And here I am. But I'm loving it. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm not saying that it's always smooth sailing, but the passion is there. And I think that's what keeps the fire burning and keeps you going. And it's also important to have a community around you. You know, sometimes when you get fed up with, unfortunately, some of the processes and just trying to get things done and, the long-winded routes that you have to go through, it's sometimes frustrating, but it doesn't put me off, because of the community that I have around. With the GUBA Diaspora Network, we have transitioned quite a bit over recent times. We are engaging with more and more corporate organizations that are also wanting to engage and connect with us. We are approached by charities, charitable organizations that also want to reach out to the diaspora community, and they are also engaging with us. There are lots of possibilities. It is hard work, I'm not going to lie to you, it's hard work, but we are trying to do the best that we can. But thank you all for your support. I think I'm going to stop there. I think maybe during the program I'll speak a bit more on other things. But I do want to honour and recognise some of the dignitaries that we have in the house. We do have Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett from the Diaspora Africa Forum with us. We also have Her Excellency Ambassador for Tourism and the Vice President of the ECOWAS Tourism Private Institution, and that's Her Excellency Mali Dade County. Apologies if I've got it wrong, but we also have Her Excellency in the house. We also have Her Excellency. Sorry if you just bear with me. Just want to make sure I get it right. Why do these things make me nervous? I love it. Her Excellency, Ambassador Fidelia Grand, that's the Ambassador of Suriname in the House. Welcome. Thank you. And apologies if I've missed out any of the dignitaries. I will make sure that I highlight the names. And also, Nancy from the Suriname office as well. Thank you very much for joining us. So I would like to call Her Excellency.
Good morning. Good morning. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can I have a regular mic? Yeah, let me have a regular one. Because I like to walk around too. Hello? Okay.
If we just turn off this one for us now, we'll use it.
I'll move around. So I should move. All right, let's start again. Good morning. Let's try.
Hello.
Hello? Well, I'll try to talk loud. Can you hear me? I am Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett. I'm a little girl from South Carolina, head of mission for the first and only diplomatic mission of its kind in the world dealing with diaspora issues. Our role is to support the Africa Union in encouraging diaspora participation in the development of Africa.
And I'll explain to you. And then we can. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good morning. Apologies to Ambassador and apologies to you all. The technical guys are kind of giving me some signs. So we're going to pause things just to make sure that that doesn't interfere. Other than that, it's going to be a constant problem. So they said 5 minutes. 5 minutes, apologies. So 5 minutes, if you can bear with us while we try and resolve this, and we will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I think. Hello? Yes, I think. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. We're back again. Thank you, and apologies, Ambassador.
Good morning for the third time. And I didn't say all protocols observed for my ambassadors that are here. I certainly want to recognize your presence. Again, this is a fantastic morning. This is 2023. I am Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett, Head of Mission for the Diaspora Africa Forum. We're the first and only diplomatic mission dealing with the diaspora. Our embassy, your embassy, represents the 250 plus million diasporians outside of Africa. There's two types of diasporians. My group is considered the historical diaspora, those of us taken away from slavery. Ambassador Sam's group is considered the continental diaspora. She knows she's from Ghana, and so those Nigerians or other groups who know what countries they're from, they're considered the continental diasporas. So I think it's very important, and I definitely want our immigration people and our other people here today and the media to understand the two types of diasporians. There's historical, my group taken from slavery, Ambassador Sam's group, continentals, those who know what African country they're from. So the Africa Union understands now to move Africa forward, they've got to include us. They've got to include the 250 million plus of us outside of Africa. And so that's what our mandate is with our embassy, is to support the Africa Union in encouraging diaspora participation in the development of Africa. Now, GUBA, Denta and Jennifer, they're classic examples of what we want to see happen, what we want the Africa Union wants to see happen. These are diasporians who are in London and doing things in London and who decided to come home and to bring their skills and their talents home. So I want us to give them a big round of applause. I also want to acknowledge Echo Bank. Echo Bank, you've been our bank for 15 years now. You were our first bank to open up our business account, and you've done very well. So I certainly want to applaud you very much. There's a couple things we want to talk to you about, and Abigail will follow up with you about those things. But Echo Bank is a very good Pan-African bank. I have to say that, very much so. On a personal note, I am a little girl from South Carolina. I'm 72 years old. I've been in Ghana. Yeah, give me a big round of applause. I've been in Ghana for 22 years this month. Give me another big round of applause. So when Denta asked me to talk about my journey through Ghana, it was very easy. Like you see, I don't have to have any notes for this because it's a heart project. It's something. I am now a Ghanaian citizen. In Ghana, you can have dual citizenship. I maintain my US citizenship and I have a Ghanaian citizenship. But when people ask me who I am, I say Ghana. I'm a Ghanaian, proudly Ghanaian. And I am. Ghana, it has its challenges, as any place and every place in the world. But you're not going to find another country that truly, truly understands what pan-Africanism is other than Ghana. I have to say that. You see, I have been involved with various governments here, and each of the governments have even done more than the past government. And they do it in a real, honest way. I'm not going to spend a lot of time today because you're going to have experts to really answer some of your questions. But from a heart standpoint, I really want to say, those of you from other places around the world, if you want to really find home, Ghana is your home. Ghana, and don't be a senior here. I love being a senior in Ghana. I don't stand in lines. I don't carry my bag. I mean, they really know how to respect and honor seniors. So that's another real plus for Ghana as well. You know, when I go to Echo Bank, they take me immediately. Everybody parts the sea and just let me do what I need to do. So on a serious note, we have our challenges, and I don't want to just paint it as the perfect country, because it isn't. We have our challenges, but we in Ghana, and the hospitality that you will find in Ghana, I don't think you'll find it anyplace else in the world. And I really have to say that. You see, Ghanaians just by nature, yes please, no please. A lot of times they don't understand what I'm saying. My American accent gets in the way, but they'll say, yes please. So I say that to say, come to Ghana. The investment opportunities are tremendous. You know, we, the Diaspora Africa Forum, and then my staff is here, Abigail and Charity, and, you know, we have a booth outside. And we have several projects that, if you want to invest, they're very good projects. We have a project from the Ashanti Hene. I don't know if you know, most of you must know about our Ashanti Hene. He's one of our big kings here in Ghana, but he really is one of the major kings in Africa. I have to say that. And he is doing a new city, a new town, and he has given our embassy the mandate to help get investors. And he's asked us to get diaspora investors. So that's a major project, but then we have smaller projects too. You know, we're going to be buying a hotel here. Isn't that correct, Ambassador Sam? We're going to be buying a hotel, and so those who are interested in the hotel industry, you know, please let us know. But we have several projects at our booth that we're looking for investors. But on a serious note, on a very serious note, come to Ghana. You see, and the other thing I want you to understand, you're not an African because you're born in Africa. You're an African when Africa is born in you. And I'm an African woman. Thank you very much. Well, before I hang up, is Denta here? Denta. She's here. Okay, good. But before I talk about Denta, I really want to show you the 6th region flag. You see, one of the things that the Africa Union says now, that those of us in Africa, and those of us in the diaspora, we're now the 6th region of Africa. What that means is the 250 million of us, the heads of states acknowledge us as the 6th region. You know, there's 5 regions in Africa. There's North, South, East, West, and Central. That was powerful, wasn't it? And so we are now the 6th region of Africa. And so we have a flag that was designed by, there's the big one, Abigail is showcasing that over there. But this flag was designed by Professor Addo, who is a noted architect, Ghanaian, and just, we call him the avatar of Africa. Yes, show our flag. because this is your flag. Those of you in the diaspora, this is your flag. And then we have an anthem that we're going to be announcing very soon. We have a very famous artist who's going to be singing that anthem for us, and we're going to launch that. So, but before I hang up, I want Denta to come to the stage. Jennifer, I want you to stay here. I was wondering where you were. I love her. She is like my daughter. I beat her up. Leaders, she's an example. When you look in the dictionary and you say the diaspora winner, this is the one who won the award. So I want you to understand that. And then she brought in Jennifer. She made her come to Ghana as well. So we just have a little something that we want to present to you today, just to let you know how much we really appreciate you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is a lady who controls her life. She controls her world, and she's just a fantastic lady. And so we give this to you from the Diaspora Africa Forum.
Wow.
She didn't know about this, I have to tell you. So say something real quick.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much, Mami. I call her Mum. She's a mother to everybody. But, you know, we do this event to really encourage the diaspora to come back. We, the diaspora, are so powerful. We've left the shores of Africa into UK, US, wherever we find ourselves. But one thing that we need to do is that we need to come back. Whether it's mentoring somebody, whether it's just investing in something, or whether it's partnering with somebody to do something. You know, this event is very unique. No one does this event where they bring government institutions, plus bring diasporans who have moved to share their story. And we want to make sure that when you do come, you don't get frustrated to leave because of the system that you are used to in the diaspora. Ghana, Africa has its own system. We have a system, but you just need to know how it works, what to do, who to go to, who to contact. And that's why we built the GUBA Diaspora Network, so that you're not frustrated, so that we can connect you to the government agencies, we can connect you to other diasporans who have moved, and making sure that we bridge that gap that has been broken for so long. We need to do something. We all need to do something. It's on us, as Ghanaians, as Africans, as Black people. We need to own the continent. You know, there's a lot of people that are trying to invest in our continent, which is great. I don't have any issues with it, but I think that we need to make that conscious effort to invest. And, you know, and as the diaspora, sometimes you're in America or whatever, UK, and you are complaining all the time, but you haven't done anything yourself. What have you done that you should be complaining? You haven't done anything. And the people on the ground are the ones who are here and have been here. So we also shouldn't come and feel like we know it all. No, you don't, because you haven't been here. They have. So listen, learn, and contribute. And a lot of the stories that people have said is that, look, I have been fulfilled. You won't get any fulfillment when you're there. You're locked up in mortgages and loans in the diaspora. But here, you can impact on so many people's lives by just setting up a business and employing people. So I just want to say a big thank you to EcoBank for allowing us to have this event. I know that people are watching online and commenting. We've got a lot of views online at the moment. But a big thank you to DAF. We're going to be working together on a lot of stuff this 2023. And a big thank you to Jennifer, who holds up the Diaspora Network, having conversations with everybody and trying to make, you know, this work. We need to make it work. And all of us coming together, we can make it work. Even if all of us in the diaspora, there's 2 million diasporans in the US. Even if everybody bought $5, imagine what we could do.
Look what Dubai has been able to do. Look what all of these countries have been able to do. Those Western world cannot be developed anymore. The continent can, because we are still developing. And we have everything. Some of these countries don't even have anything. We have everything. Like God has given us everything on this continent. And has given us the people. So let's come together. Let's grow, unite, and build Africa. Thank you.
She said exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I think your message was very powerful. It really hit home, and it really, I think, really unites us, you know, regardless of the type of diaspora you are. We are all one, and I think your message was quite clear. Thank you also, Denta. I think Denta, anytime she speaks, you know, it touches us because she's so passionate. You know, when we talk about somebody that is driven by passion, Denta is number one. And I have to say that. Thank you ever so much, Denta. So what we're going to do now, I'm also going to invite Ambassador, Ambassador, Her Excellency Fidelia Grand Gallon to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm the newest ambassador here in Ghana from the diaspora, and I don't speak English. I learned to speak English. The language I speak is called Okanisi. Do you know that language? Never heard of that language. Well, that is the Maroon language in Suriname, Dutch-speaking Caribbean. We are right next to Guyana. Who are the Guyanese here? Right? Am I not next to you? You know Paramaribo, you know Nikeri, but you don't know the hinterland. I went to Guyana. Good morning, Happy New Year. I love to talk, so please stop me in 3 minutes, right? Or else I might go on and on and on. And I don't want to do you that. Yes, I'm the ambassador of Suriname to Ghana. I'm here for not even 1 year yet. And they gave me a title that is too difficult for me to pronounce, but I will try to. Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. Wow, what a title for just a small little girl from a maroon village from Suriname. Not even know how to speak English when the ships, the bauxite ships from America coming into my river, and we were yelling chow chow, meaning throw things for us. The Trinidadians were in there, the Barbadians were in there, and we could not understand the language they would speak. They would come to our village and we would touch the white American. I would touch them and see if they have blood, right? That is my story, a little background of this a lady here. I am a sociologist by profession, and I heard of Africa, and I learned in the village that I'm an African. They never told us that we were Surinamese. We were Africans, right? Why? Because of slavery. And the story of Suriname is that a lot of them didn't stay in the plantations to work as slaves. They ran away and went over rapids, waterfalls, mountains, and rivers. And they formed 6 kingdoms that we call the head of one kingdom is called Gaman. And I hear Gamanche in Ghana, right? But my paramount chief is a Gaman. And then they have clans. and I belong to the tribe in the east, and it is called the Okanisi tribe or Njuka, because the river they found it is the Njuka River. What I can tell you about the diaspora of Suriname is that we are not known in the world. People don't really know us because we are living a life of isolation. We belong to the Dutch, and when you go to Holland, you find us there. 400,000 Surinamese people are living there, and only 500,000 is in Suriname. We only possess 7% of the landscape that is 165 or 62,000 square kilometers, meaning 93% is not inhabited, meaning we have a lot of nature to show to you. We have gold, we have bauxite, we have diamonds, we have all the minerals, and we have clean water. We have a lot of clean water in Suriname. When you go to the rivers, you can just drink the water and be happy. We have a creek called Cola Creek, Coca-Cola. When you go to that creek, it's like Coca-Cola, and it is for real. I have a wonderful Surinamese lady that is in her district called Para. Nancy, show them. This is the lady, her district, Para district, plantation, coffee, cocoa was in that plantation where she comes from. Right, Nancy? Okay. So the thing is that Suriname is looking for Africa. We don't have a lot of African of the diaspora, continental diaspora ambassador. They are not there, not a lot of them. The Nigerians came, and then they cooked my food that my mom could cook the best. Fufu. Huh? It's my food, right? And then they come. I saw the African movies, and they call something gari, and I call it kwaka. Grew up with it. My mom was the best in it. Okra soup, groundnut soup is my soup, right? And this morning, I hugged a lady, and I say, atu. And she said, this is Africa. I say, it's mine. When you come in my village, if you want to hug me, say, atu. That is how you say it. The Maroons of Suriname are not known. I went to UCLA in a program, a professor, a tourism program, and I went to the Fowler, they call that thing. I don't know where they keep all the artifacts they took. A professor came to Suriname, and he says he owns Suriname. People should not go and study the Maroons anymore because he did it and he wrote books. And I went there and I saw a lot of artifacts of Maroon villages and the wood carve with meaning. You see a scarf on my soldier. So soldier is made by Maroon women because they could not make the kente anymore, so they reproduce it, right? And when we reproduce it, we call it pangi. And when I put it on your shoulder, you see, as how I see they put on the kente, we call it kaikong or banjakosu. We speak Samaka. We speak Okanisi, we speak Quinti, we speak Aluku, we speak Pamaka, and we speak Matawai. We live like tribes still in the forest of Suriname. There is no road to the villages of the Maroons. You can reach our villages through by air or over the rapids. We call them sulas. If you go to my King's village, it's an island on a river. It's called the Tabiki. It takes you 2 days with canoe to reach. And you go over rapids, and I love it. But I think if I was a slave then, I would not run away because I'm so scared of the waterfalls. But I thank God for people that could deliver. Suriname has a lot to tell you. I'm just a little Okanisi, one of the tribe woman. I do not know much, but the little I know, I can tell you. And I cannot tell all here. It's so much to tell. It's so new. But when you look at my president, he speaks Indian. When he say, I love you, he says, Ham toke chaila, Chandrika Santoki. And when you look at my home affairs ministers, he's from Indonesia. And when he say, I love you, he says, Aku senang karo kue. Right? And when you look at the vice president, he's a Maroon. And he speaks another language, but we are one in Suriname. You will find India in Suriname, Indonesia, China. All the continents are pure in their languages, and even the African speaks 7 different languages. She and I don't speak the same, but I speak her language better because that is the lingua franca of Suriname. That's why we say, "Me love you." Ask Edgar Davids. He knows that because he's from Suriname. I thank you for having me here. God bless you.
Atu. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's really beautiful to have the various representations in the building, and it's nice to hear a bit more about the diasporans of what they're doing and how they're energized to support Ghana and bring us all together. But what I will do now, I will start the first panel session. So our first panel session is simply called A Journey Through Ghana. And as we meet the various offices, we begin to understand why our connection, our transition to Ghana is a journey. There are lots of different things that we need to learn, understand, get right in order to make that journey smoother. And in order to do that, I can't do it myself. I can only give from my experience, but we've got the real professionals in the house that are going to share with you. So this session is called Meet the Regulators. So without further ado, I'm going to start calling them individually, and if you could come to the stage as I call your office. So in the house today, we have Chief Superintendent, Mr. Simon Asari, from the Ghana Immigration Service. And if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you. Okay. We also have Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Roland Abdul Aziz, who is head of promotions in the Central Region, supporting public affairs. Apologies, public affairs. We have Mr. Dadson, Mr. James Dadson, the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission in Ghana. We also have Mr. Joseph Oku, who is the Chief Actuary for the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. If you'd like to come to the stage, please. Thank you. We also have Mr. Jones Nelson. Is Mr. Jones? I believe he's on his way. He was delayed slightly. But we have Mr. Jones Nelson, who is the Director of Corporate Affairs for the Ghana Tourism Authority. As soon as he does come, we will make sure. We also have Mr. Dominic Narb, who's the Assistant Commissioner, the Technical Aid to Commissioner General for the Ghana Revenue Authority. And is Madame Patience Ofosuahini from the Ghana Health Service. If you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you. And Madam Diana Abner Amposa she's the head of Product Inspection Department, the Chief Scientific Officer for the Ghana Standards Authority. Thank you. Thank you and good morning to you all. Thank you very much for taking the time out on this holiday, public holiday, to come and inform, educate, and really give an insight to the diasporan community on your office and how you regulate the various systems in Ghana. I think we understand that it's quite important because to be able to get things done in Ghana, we need to know how to do them properly. And these offices, as you see in front of you, are the ones that set the standards, are the ones that regulate, are the ones that accredit you when you apply for various things. So I would like to start off with Ghana Immigration Service. As we journey to Ghana, from wherever we are coming from, we need to engage with the immigration service, whether it's visas or permits or, even the process of how to get into Ghana, we need to engage with them. So I would like Chief Superintendent, Mr. Simon Asari, if you could just share a bit about your role, your office, and what you do, please.
Hello. Right. Good morning to everybody here. Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, my own sister, Denta. I think this is the second time you have put me here. The first time was online, and it was quite an interesting time. Had a lot of questions to answer. I believe today I will have limited questions to answer. Right, so as my name has been mentioned, I am Simon Asari, and I'm the head of international relations at the Ghana Immigration Service. I've been working for almost 30 years now. I've worked in various fields of the service. Talk about the borders, the airports, the processing section in terms of residence permits. Talk about also working outside as a face of Ghana Immigration Service in the United Nations. I was an immigration advisor to the UN missions in Liberia for some time, and then back at home. So you could, from my little profile, you realize that I'm almost close to going home. So Ghana Immigration Service, and as Jenny said, journey through Ghana. We are the first point of contact if anyone wants to come into the country. We are security institutions. We are delivering excellence in security as well as managing migration for national development. Our goal is to ensure that the right kind of people come into the country, and we also ensure that we monitor that the right kind of activities are being carried out by this category of persons who come into our country. I remember there were questions on people coming in, they are illegal and they are doing illegal businesses and a whole lot relating to illegal people. But our engagement with the diaspora has been very cordial and it has been very good because today our focus is on the diaspora. And I'm glad to hear the two types, the continental and then the historical diaspora. Today I'm very glad to hear that. But we deal with the diaspora in general. So to Ghana, before you come in, I will simply say that automatically you prepare your journey, so you look for a visa wherever you are and you needed a visa to come to Ghana. Let me make mention of the fact that there are some diasporans who do not need visas to come to Ghana. For example, people coming from Jamaica, we have signed a visa-free agreement with Jamaica, and therefore when you're a diaspora, you're coming, you're a Jamaican, you're coming to Ghana, you do not need a visa. You can come to any of the entry points and you will be admitted. We have similar agreement with other countries, but not specifically to the diaspora in general. So that does it. But there are facilities that makes the movement easier for the diasporans. Usually we have had the diaspora unit of the Office of the President facilitating visas for the diasporans coming to Ghana for conferences, activities, and programs, and even those who want to come and settle in Ghana. And I believe through GUBA network, this information can go to the diaspora. They will be able to know that they can relate to GUBA. They will facilitate their visas with immigration. So we have visas that are issued at our embassies and our missions abroad. For instance, if you are staying in any of the countries where your city is closer to the embassy or the mission, somebody here, somebody back home in Ghana can apply for a visa for you on your behalf, and that facilitates your entry. It becomes very easy to enter with the necessary requirements, which are not cumbersome, which are not difficult. You provide them, and then a visa is issued here. It is sent to you electronically, and then you can easily come in. When you come in, relating permits, stay processes, even to naturalization and becoming a citizen of Ghana, our doors are open and we are able to help you facilitate that easily without difficulties. I think this is a brief.
Thank you very much, Chief Superintendent Mr. Simon. Thank you. And what our Chief Superintendent said is very key. Ghana Immigration Service. Without Ghana Immigration Service, how do we even enter into Ghana, let alone getting the permits and all the other things that go with it? So thank you ever so much. We will come back to you with further questions. Once we get into Ghana, there are another of things that we want to do. Some people come to us, they want to set up businesses. Some people want to register businesses. Some people are concerned about health and the infrastructure around health. Some people want to find out more about setting up their business, the tax elements, and so forth. So we're going to move on to SNIT, Social Security National Insurance Trust. As we go through the process of registering our business, there are also other elements that we need to consider if we are employing workers to work as part of our organization. How do we support them, and what's the role that SNIT plays? So if Mr. Fuku, you could introduce yourself, please, your role and who SNIT is. Thank you. Oh, if you could share the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. So my name is Joseph Poku. I'm the Chief Actuary of SNIT. And as she said, I was thinking that it will go through those who establish businesses, and after that, you need to take care of your employees and yourself. That is where SNIT comes in. But anyways, I think it's still in order for me to talk about what you are supposed to do. SNIT was set up by law to provide income security for workers in Ghana through excellent business practices. So by law, if you establish a business in Ghana, you are supposed to register the business and then register the employees you engage to run the business. So this is by law, you don't have a choice. But if you are not engaging other people and you want to be on your own as a business person or as a self-employed, you are also given the opportunity to register with SNIT and pay your contributions just like any employee that will be employed by any employer to enjoy benefits when they retire. So everyone is supposed to guard against or protect his future. Because as you have the strength now to work, it will get to a point you may not have the energy, but the work will be going on. And so somebody should take care of you. No matter the savings that you have or you accumulate during your working period, you still need some kind of assistance after you go on retirement. That is what SNIT is about. So we are here, or we are established to collect contributions from workers, invest those contributions, and then pay benefits when they are due. So I'll go into detail. I'm sure there will be an opportunity for me to talk about the benefits that you have to sign up with SNIT, or the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. The basic one includes pension. That when you work up to a certain age, from age 55 in Ghana, and you want to go on retirement, you are allowed to go on retirement from age 55. But the compulsory or the mandatory age is 60. So once you hit age 60, you can't continue to contribute. You need to rather come for your benefits. So that is one big benefit that we provide. The second is, whilst you are working and you become incapacitated, become permanently invalid, then the scheme will have to take care of you no matter the age. So you can be as young as 23 years or 20 years, provided you've worked for about 12 months or contributed for 12 months within the last 36 months before your occurrence of the invalidity. Once that happens, the scheme will take care of you till you die. It will pay you benefits from that age till you die. The third one is, whilst you are working and touch wood, you happen to die before you retire, then the scheme will have to come in and take care of your dependents whilst you are gone. And even when you are on pension or retirement and you have not reached the age of 75 and you die, the scheme will also have to come in and pay you the unexpired benefits. If I say unexpired benefits, everybody is guaranteed a certain number of years of pension, 15 years. So whether you live or die, that belongs to you. But if you live beyond the 75 years, that's the 50 years, the scheme will continue to pay you till the Lord calls you home. So these are the basic benefits that we provide. We also provide immigration benefits for those who are non-Ghanaians who sign up and are leaving the country for good, or they have left the country permanently. The scheme pays them a lump sum, which is almost equivalent to the pension they would have received if they were to be in Ghana here. So these are the basic benefits that you get by signing up to be a member of the SNIT scheme, which is compulsory for those who have employed people anyways, but it's optional for those who are self-employed and they are running their own businesses. So we can go into detail later on. I don't know if you have time to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Puku. So next we're going to move on to Madame Diana Ampunsa from the Ghana Standards Authority. And she's just going to introduce herself and her office and who Ghana Standards are.
Good morning once again. As you already know, my name is Diana Ampunsa. I'm the head of the Product Inspection Department at Ghana Standards Authority, which also includes exports. I've been with Ghana Standards Authority for about 15 years. So Ghana Standards Authority is the statutory body in charge of standards development. We also carry out metrology services. When I say metrology, I mean calibration and verification of equipment. We are the custodians of weights and measures. And we are also a conformity assessment body. When I say that, I mean we carry out inspections, we do testing, we do certification. In fact, Ghana Standards Authority is the hub of testing labs, and we have almost all of our labs accredited to ISO 17025. So we have the mandate, like I said, to develop standards to ensure that goods that are manufactured in Ghana are good for Ghana and also for export. And also we promote standardization in industry and commerce. and also promote industrial efficiency. And our goal is also to protect consumers and also promote public health. It's part of our mandate. So when you look at GSA, I'll just talk briefly about technical directorates. We have 5 technical directorates. We have the standards directorate that develops standards, and we are a member of ISO, International Organization for Standardization. So as such, we are able to adopt ISO standards and other international standards and also adapt it to suit the local context when the need arises. We have the national inquiry. We are members of WTO too. Okay. So when other WTO members develop regulations, technical barriers to trade, that contact point has access to that information. And also if somebody wants to export to a country, we also have that same contact point is able to provide requirements, regulatory requirements for the importing country. We have the metrology directorate, which is, metrology is simply the science of measurements. Weights and measures, we do the calibration of equipment, verification of equipment, and pattern approval. When you want to import an equipment that is going to be used for trade, you don't just bring it in, you have to come to us to look at the specifications to make sure it meets our requirements, the statutory requirements of Ghana before you import such equipment. It could be fuel pump dispensers, it could be weighing scale, weigh bridges, we do all that. And then, like I said, we are the hub when it comes to testing laboratories. We have over 21 laboratories. We have laboratories that test mechanical products, civil products, electronics, engineering. Then we have petroleum. We have a lab for gold hallmarking. When you get your gold and you want to ascertain the purity, we do all that. We have the microbiology labs, pesticide residue labs, name it, cosmetics, and all that. And then when it comes to inspection, we are the competent authority when it comes to export of fish to EU. And it has a process. There's a process anybody who is interested to export fish and fishery products to EU has to follow. Then we also have our import inspection department. If you want to import a product to Ghana, you don't just import. You register, and then for some, it's best, we have a scheme, Easy Pass scheme that the importer will have to be part of to facilitate the importer to get COAs, so that when the product comes to Ghana, there's no delay at the port. We have high-risk goods that can be imported without COAs, but when the products get to Ghana, testing will have to be done, but that causes a lot of delays. So we always encourage importers to be part of the Easy Pass, so that inspection and testing bodies that GSA has partnered with can test the products in the importing country even before the products get to Ghana. Then we have our certification department that certifies products to their respective standards so that there can be an assurance of quality. That is also a process. And then we have a systems approach to it. That is when the organization gets accredited to a form of management system standard that gives an assurance of quality when all the processes are working well. So our certification department in charge of management systems is accredited to certify companies to ISO 9001, 22,000, and then 14,000. Yes, and I've mentioned the labs, right?
Yeah, thank you.
So as the discussion goes on, I'll bring a lot on board.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I believe it's quite key. One thing that you picked on is also, we always tend to focus on standardization when doing things internationally or exporting, but Ghana also, we have our standards, and we need to make sure that things are being brought into Ghana meet the standards, and this Madam's office is the one that deals with that. So I think it's very important that we also recognize that we have standards that we need to uphold as well. Thank you ever so much. I will now move on to Mr. James Dadson. So Mr. Dadson is the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission Ghana. If you could share with the audience, your office, who you are and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. My name is James Dadson. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, Ghana. The Lands Commission is the statutory public institution with a mandate to register all land transactions in Ghana. So if you acquire land in Ghana, you cannot register it anywhere else except the Lands Commission. So we have absolute monopoly backed by the laws of Ghana. The Lands Commission is set up by Act 767 of 2008. And it's a merger of 4 divisions. Before then, we had the old Lands Commission itself, which is currently the Public and Vested Land Management Division of the Lands Commission. And it has the mandate to administer all public lands or manage all public lands in Ghana. Then we have the Survey and Mapping Division, which used to be Survey Department. They have the mandate to survey and prepare all our parcel and cadastral plans of land transactions in Ghana. We also have the Land Valuation Division that is responsible for advising government on the quantum of compensation to pay when the state or a state institution intends to acquire land for its own use. So that is the government's valuer. And then we have the Land Registration Division, which is responsible for the registration of title to land throughout Ghana. We run 2 types of land registration systems. The first one is the land title. The land title system operates only in Greater Accra region and parts of the central part of Kumasi. The rest of the country's 16 regions, we run the deeds registration system. So if you are in Accra and you purchase land in Accra, you have a land title certificate over that piece of land. I have with me here a sample. This is a land title certificate. So if you are in Greater Accra, this is what you get. This is the final product when you submit your land document for title registration. And in the inner city of Kumasi, that's Ashanti region. The rest of the country, we run the deeds system. And let me say that once I've shown you we'll get to the other areas. But Ghana has some types of land ownership structures. We have state land, that is land that has been acquired and managed by the state. And so where we are here in Rich, where this building is part of state land. And we also have stool, clan, and family lands in Ghana. In the southern part of Ghana, we have stools. Our chiefs, the symbol of the authority is the stool. So they sit on stool, so we call it stool land. Then in the northern parts of Ghana, because they sit on the skin of an animal, we call it skin land. So that is the difference. So we have stool and skin land, and then we have family land also in Ghana. Now, that's the types of lands that we have. Now, the interest that you can acquire in land in Ghana, and it's important that you get to know this. We have the freehold interest, which is a title that can be acquired over by a Ghanaian over land that has already been registered as a freehold. And so if it is family land and I have acquired it and I've registered it as a freehold, then I can transfer to a fellow Ghanaian also as a freehold. But otherwise, currently the laws of Ghana require that if it is state land or stool or skin land or family land, you can only have a leasehold interest in it. For a Ghanaian, you get a 99-year lease for residential, and then 50 years for commercial, whether it is stool land or state land or family land. We also have individual lands, land that have been owned by individuals or a family. Now, for a foreigner, our laws state that you can only get a 50-year lease at any particular time, which is subject to renewal. If you are a foreigner, even though you may be married to a Ghanaian, you will still, if you own property together, the foreigner is only entitled to a 50-year lease at any particular time, subject to renewal. But for Ghanaians, they can have a 99-year lease for a residential development. We, and you may also be interested in knowing that there's an area we call the large-scale land acquisition. For those who want to invest in agriculture, commerce, real estate, you're not looking at one plot of land or two plots. You're looking at a large hundreds or thousands of acres or hectares of land. There's a process that you have to go through to acquire your land. Previously, we observed that some people came and acquired large tracts of land just for speculative purposes, and they got people landless. So you have people farming on their lands in their various areas, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and then they bulldoze everything away and they start building estate houses. That has been realized to be against even the Constitution of Ghana. So we have a process we call a policy, large-scale land acquisition, where there's community engagement. So they will get to know what you intend to do. The Lands Commission, the various statutory bodies, the assemblies are all involved. So everybody gets to know what you intend to do, what is in it for the people, and we ensure that the interests of the people is safeguarded. At the same time, we also ensure that the interest of the investor is also safeguarded. So the investor doesn't get cheated. The landowners also don't get cheated. We've had instances where people have gone and sat down with chiefs in their living room and paid some money to them, and then they just go and give them thousands of acres of land. That is not the process. Our chiefs are custodians. They are trustees of the land. They hold the land in trust for the people. So our laws require that you have stakeholder engagement so that everybody knows what you are going to do. And all of these processes are documented and submitted to the Lands Commission, which will vet the process before the consent or concurrence is granted for you to register and own the land that you intend to invest in. So I think we'll end it here. There are other things that we'll go through, like the processes you have to go through to acquire land, and all the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dadson. Thank you. We should always say that land is quite key, because people acquire land, people use land to set up their business, their residential property, and almost everyone that we engage with through the network has some intention to either buy land or do something on land, and always wants information when it comes to land. So it's very important, yes. Okay. So next we will call upon Mr. Dominic Nubb, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Technical Aid to the Commissioner General for the Ghana Revenue Authority. So please do share what your office does and your role.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. The Ghana Revenue Authority has the mandate to administer taxes in Ghana. I didn't say collect, to administer taxes in Ghana. And that also includes collection of taxes. Is that okay? All right. But you see, to be frank with you, because of this occasion, let's look at the Constitution. If you look at Chapter 6 of our Constitution, under the directive principle of state policy, government has a mandate to protect investment, both local and foreign investment. So if you are a foreigner and you want to actually invest in Ghana, your investment will be protected. If you are a local person, you are a Ghanaian, and you have investment in Ghana, equally it will be protected. Government has established institutions that actually support, investment in the country. We have the GIPC, and the GIPC, that is Ghana Investment Promotion Council or Center. This center tries to actually support businesses in Ghana. If you import anything into the country, they can't. You can arrange with them, and then they would actually make a proposal to the Minister for Finance for it to be exempt from tax. Is that okay? This is just to give the impression that we as Ghanaians, or Ghana for that matter, is interested in actually ensuring that we promote investment in the country. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority, as I said, has a mandate to administer taxes in Ghana. And what we require of a taxpayer is to do 4 things. 1, to register with the Ghana Revenue Authority. Now, the registration is 2-pronged. 1 has to do with to register for what we call the taxpayer identification number. If you are an individual, we call it the Ghana card. And 2, to also register for what we call tax types. We have various tax handles. We have pay as you earn if you are an employee. We have withholding taxes when payments are made, or you are supposed to actually withhold. And we have a corporate tax for companies. Then we have self-employed. That is a personal income tax. There are various forms. We interview you. We get to know the kind of business you want to actually run. Then we are able to tell the types of taxes that you are likely, to pay. Then after that, you are supposed to file your tax returns. You see, the tax returns will tell whether you are making profits or not making profits. If you look at the nuance of direct tax, it is actually on income. If you make income, you pay tax. If you don't make any income, you don't pay tax at all. So that is that. Then the third one has to do with you pay. Of course, if you make income, you are expected to pay taxes. The last one, which is also very critical and also supported under Article 41 of our Constitution, that says that income must be disclosed and disclosed honestly to the Ghana Revenue Authority. There have been instances where a lot of people have complained about ill treatment, with the Ghana Revenue Authority. If you go into it, you realize that though it is not ill treatment, it has to do with the fact that they have not actually disclosed all information relevant to the business that you do. So if you don't do that, and then we come to use our lens and look at your activity, then we certainly will have a problem with you. Now, businesses can be established as self-employed or a company. Is that okay? Even when it is a company, you can have what we call a company that is incorporated in Ghana, or a company that is what we call a branch. Is that okay? A permanent establishment. Now, we have certain businesses, if you engage in them, depending on the location that you have, you are going to enjoy some rebates. Is that okay?
Yeah.
If you are into manufacturing and you are in Accra, you pay corporate tax at the rate of 25%. But if you operate in any regional capital, you pay 18.75, a rebate of 25%. Then any other area, you pay 12.5, a rebate of 50%. Why is this so? It is so because we want to ensure what we call balanced growth of the economy of the country. So Accra is actually, if you like, concentrated. We want a spread to other areas as well, create employment, and then also curb urban, migration. So we encourage that businesses should be set up, in other areas. And I always say that with the technology that we have, you can produce in Bolga, and within a short time, the products are here. So why would you want to be here and pay corporate tax at 25%, or you can pay 12.5 operating in Bolga? Is that okay? Or in some other areas? Again, the government has also tried to encourage, especially young entrepreneurs. So if you are age 35 years or younger, and you engage in manufacturing, agro-processing, farming, waste processing, horticulture, medicinal plants, energy, tourism, and creative arts. The law says that for 5 years, you don't pay tax. 5 years, you will not pay tax at all. After the 5 years, you have what we call locational incentive, depending on where you find yourself. So all these things are actually there to encourage, a lot of businesses, grow in Ghana. Now, having said that, we have to also note that the Ghana Revenue Authority is actually a listening organization. We have listened to our taxpayers who think that, look, our modus of operandi has not been so helpful. So we have had a paradigm shift where we try to actually inject efficiency in our service delivery. What we have done is that we have this online filing. You don't need to go to our offices to file your tax returns. You can sit in the comfort of your home and file your tax returns. Online? Yes. Okay. Then payment of taxes, you can also pay online. Either two, you would have to actually travel to the Ghana Revenue Authority to pay taxes. But now you can sit in the comfort of your home and make your payment through your banks or even using Momo. Okay. So that's what we have done. And then we also have ICAMS, Integrated Custom Management Systems. That is a system that is able to actually help with declarations and help with payment of duties. Okay. We have done all these things to actually help businesses be able to actually do well, and then also be able to actually, inject efficiency in their operations. But we do know that if we do all these things, it is going to actually help businesses be able to do well and then also pay their taxes. GRA does not kill businesses. GRA rather helps businesses to grow so that we can take our taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's an important last message to leave with you. GRA doesn't kill businesses, but GRA is designed to help businesses. I think sometimes when we think of the tax man, we always kind of think negatively, but Mr. Nab is here to ensure that you guys understand what GRA are all about. Thank you ever so much. And finally, but not the least, I should say, we have Madam Patience Ofosohene from Ghana Health Service. And Ghana Health Service is a very key organization to all of us, Ghanaian, non-Ghanaian, whoever we are. Ghana Health is very key. We do interact with people that have, I would say, a few concerns, but hopefully you'll be able to clarify those in terms of the health system in Ghana and how it's really sort of like implemented and how we actually receive the service that they offer. So if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself in your office and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before I start, I just want to say that there was a release yesterday about increasing the numbers of COVID-19 in China and other Asian countries, not here. Here we have, at least we have active cases of just 6. And then I think additional to us at December 9th, we have additional 2 cases. So as you go out, you also need to take care of yourself. Now, my name is Ofosuhima. Patience. I work with Ghana Health Service with the Health Promotion Division. And I am the focal person or focal lead program for persons with disability. They are the people I deal with mostly in the system. So under Ghana Health Service, we have 11 divisions. And the 11 divisions, Health Promotion Division is the last one. And that is where I am. We are the communication aspect of the Ghana Health Service. So when you walk around and you see posters, then you see good life, Leave it all. Yeah, this is me. When you are in villages, you listen to jingles telling you to wash your hands, brush your teeth, eat well. This is me. So I just want to say we do most of the communication aspect of the Ghana Health Service. So I will talk much about my division because I do. It's a new one, and we will want you to know. So when you ask me questions later, which I know you guys will do, I know COVID and then vaccinations and then the test, then we will take it up from there. So let me do what my director told me to do. Is that okay?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
So when immigration officer grants you permission to enter Ghana, and then you're able to acquire land, and then you pay your SNET, and then Ghana Revenue also collects their staff, and then Standard Board also make sure your things are in place. The next thing that you need to look after is your health. Health Promotion Division, our vision is to empower you so that you'll be able to live a healthy, a happier life. Population that will reproduce itself. The word is safely. So as you go back to where you come from, or you want to stay with us, we want you to be what? Happy and then what?
Healthy.
Good. You guys even know more than I do, sir. So, under the health promotion is under the directors of Dr. Dacosta Abuaje. And we have three divisions, three departments under the division. We have the communication aspect, communication department. And then under the communication department, we have the material development. That is why I told you we do the flyers, and then the jingles, and then all that. And then the communication aspect, you go to communities. You hear the CICs, the Communication Information Centers. They are telling you what to do. And then we have radio, we go to radio stations, we do school health, we do community health, we do all that. In fact, that is where I am. And then we have social mobilization and advocacy, community and engagement. They are more into the community. They do the community entry. When we go into a community, we just don't have to enter. Just like that, we do a whole lot of stuff. We engage people in the community. And then we have the research department, they also do the proposals for us. So when we bring you, then you sponsor us, and then we're able to undertake our project. Now, we have, so that is the major thing that Health Promotion Division. So if you come and you want to do something concerning health, especially you set up a business that has to do with health, and you want our Ghana Health Service logo to be on it, you can't just go behind the scene, just behind the building, just go and create something, and we just come and put Ghana. If we catch you, we don't have police officers here. So that is what we do. You have to pass through us. That is the Health Promotion Division of the Ghana Health Service. You pass through us. We have a technical working group which works with our various stakeholders, UNICEF, WHO, all the technical workers that you can think of. We work with them. We will look through word to word, pictures, everything, quality before it comes out. And that is where we will put our logo on it. Recently, we went to Adabraka, just right here. Most of you don't know Adabraka. I will take you when we are done. That place, and then somebody just puts a poster because it's a clinic. They just put, excuse me to use the language, but I'm a health personal, you can't blame me. A penis, and then our vagina thing, I think it was what? When you come in there, we have a way of printing those things, and then how, like the standard, how it should be. You can't just put somebody's this thing on it and just put Ghana Health Service logo on it. The person got arrested. Oh yes, as I said, there's no police here, but I can show you, we can get one for you. Exactly. So that is all about Health Promotion Division. We have 11 divisions. So as you work through, I know the questions will come in. And then I've told you about COVID status. I mean, right now, let me talk about the vaccination update too. Right now, we have administered about 21,459, almost 21 million doses. We have, a lot of Ghanaians have vaccinated. Our aim is to achieve herd immunity. So we are still on the ground, just asking people to vaccinate so that the China knew that they're having an outbreak. Even if it comes here, we will be protected. Okay? And then if you go to, as we keep on going, I'll give you the website. If you want information, let me just insist on this one. When you want an accurate information, please don't listen to anyone. Your health is your concern, though it's my concern. I have mine to protect us all. Don't listen to people when it comes to your health. We have places, if you want to get information about your health, as I said, I will give you the website, Ghana Health Service. We are on Facebook. We are also modern. We are on Facebook. We are Instagram, Twitter. Even it's 2 times. Even disease surveillance also have the same thing. Health promotion. So if you do good life, live it well. We have all the social media platform. We provide updates each and every day. Don't follow the. I am leading. I'm even a person. I'm also I'm one of the persons who lead for misinformation. Misinformation. So when I enter my office, one of these days I pick my laptop, I go here, go to the dashboard, then a lot of people, the kind of misconceptions, misinformation roaming in the system, not even if it's not about COVID, the rest about drugs, traditional drugs, about this, about that is too much. And these are the things we are, as I said, communication part of the Ghana Health Service, we tackle so that we want everyone to have access to accurate information, and then they won't go behind and then just cause a whole. By the time you cure one disease, you are having another one. You understand me? So as I said, though your health is my concern, but it should be your concern as well. So I'll be waiting for the ones that you have for me. If I can't answer, Jennifer will do that for you. Thank you.
We'll try. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, Madam. So we're now going to go into a few questions, and also for you guys here, please do get your questions ready. We have Michaela, who's in the back in the orange. She'll come round. So I'm just going to start off by asking the panel a few questions, and then we're going to move over to the audience participation as well. Thank you all very much once again. You've given a great insight into your office, into your role. And yes, there are questions, there are concerns, there are fears, but hopefully you'll be able to share more on help us answer those questions. So firstly, going to Chief Superintendent, Mr. Simon Asari. So recently we heard about a number of African Americans receiving their citizenship in Ghana, which was a great joyous occasion for those that were able to receive it. We do, within the GUBA Diaspora Network, get a number of people coming to us and questioning or asking us questions about things like residency permits and how to acquire or get through the process of residency permit and possibly eventually citizenship. If you could just share to the community how that process works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You made mention of the recent swearing-in ceremony for naturalization. There are actually requirements for one to become a Ghanaian. When we say naturalization, this is a person who has come to stay in Ghana. He holds a different nationality and wants to acquire Ghanaian nationality. And you do that by naturalization. There are procedures. You should be a person who have stayed in Ghana for a number of years. You should have, some kind of properties, not always, but then you should be able to take good care of yourself. You are not dependent on the national coffers of the country. And also, there are issues of security. We want to know about you. We'll ask you to bring police clearance, and we will do that. We'll do a bit of visitation. We'll visit you where you are to find out your business. Sometimes we visit your home when we are doing our checks. We'll take you through an examination, a simple examination. Your commitment towards Ghana. Why do you want to become a Ghanaian? And in your community, have you actually, perform or given out fulfill any social corporate responsibility? So we look at all these things, and they are part of our requirement. But for what Jennifer just mentioned, This is under the special dispensation given by the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. It was I think about 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, they were swearing. This is a special initiative that was carried out and facilitated by the diaspora unit at the office of the President. And we are part of it, and we've helped the facilitation. Usually, they will go through Ministry of the Interior, and they will also provide a medical report and a police clearance report to show their status. And this was a special dispensation, so requirements were waived for this category of diasporans, and they have been granted. I mean, there could be somebody here who has a certificate and has not even acquired a passport yet. I don't know, is there anybody here who was sworn in just recently? Wonderful. Have you gone for your passport? So not yet, as I said. So not yet. Thank you. So this was a special dispensation granted by the President. Just as immediately after the year of return, we got some diasporans also giving their naturalization certificate. But if you have come to stay here, you are working here, you have, registered your business, you have acquired your properties. I know there are some diasporans who own their homes, who are doing their own businesses, but they are still holding on to their American, their UK, and other passports who wants to become a Ghanaian. When you come to us, we will take you through the procedures. It's not too cumbersome. It's not difficult. There are requirements that will take you through. You buy your form at the Ministry of Interior. There are 2 ways. If you are married to a Ghanaian, it becomes a registration as a citizen of Ghana. Your form is different from the one who is starting all afresh. So you buy your form, you complete the form, you submit at the Ministry of the Interior, and then Interior will forward the form to immigration to do the necessary investigations. Like earlier on I stated, we ensure that we admit the right kind of people into our country because we are mandated by law to protect the safety of the people of Ghana. So we don't admit terrorists. We don't give naturalizations to, our passport to terrorists to operate in our country. So while we help you to acquire your citizenship, our eyes are open like the eagle. Our motto is friendship with vigilance. We are friends at the same time. We are watching critically. So regarding naturalization, that is briefly what I can say for now. Okay. This was under a special dispensation given by His Excellency the President of the Republic. But there are others who are going through the procedures. They've submitted their forms, they've gone through vetting, the forms have come to immigration, it's gone back to the Ministry of the Interior. And then this will be forwarded to the Office of the President for approval. That is where the final approval is given. So when the President approves and signs, it is now sent back to the Ministry of Interior to call the people, take their biometrics, and then a swearing-in ceremony is done. That is the procedure for naturalization. But for people working here, automatically you require a residence permit to stay. There are diasporans who have decided to come to Ghana after retirement to settle. This is what they do. The procedure is simple. When they come, they relate to network like GUBA, or they also go to Office of the President, Diaspora Unit, and then explain to them, they have their conversation with them. They are issued with letters of introduction from the Office of the President, Diaspora Unit, to the Ghana Immigration Service. And then when they come with the requirements, they go through, and we issue them residence permit to stay here. And they are here because they have their retirement benefits coming into the country. So they are not depending on anybody. They don't have challenges. So that is also done. And if you're a diasporan, you have established your business, you are employing expatriates, bringing them to Ghana, we also help you by providing you with work permit for these expatriates to work for you. Actually, we also protect, we have what we call local content laws that protects Ghanaian businesses. If you are bringing an expatriate, sometimes Jennifer mentioned that sometimes there are frustrations. No, they are not frustrations. We want to ensure that the proper thing is done. You want to bring somebody to be cleaning carpets in your company. Thank you. So in this case, we will not give you work permit for such a person. We will not do that. And that is where others have complained that we frustrate them. No, we will not. You can get as many Ghanaians to do that job. There are special jobs, installation of special equipment that you cannot find on the Ghanaian market. Then you bring an expatriate who will grant the work permit. But 1 year, a Ghanaian should understudy this person. After 1 year, that person has it so that the business is handed over to a Ghanaian to do. This is what we do. We are not killing your business. We are helping you to help Ghana as well. So these are some of the things.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's very key. Thank you. Just a quick question. In terms of things like the residency permits, roughly how long does the process take on average, and should it take?
We have different types of residence permit. Let me begin by mentioning them. We have students permit, people who have come here to study. Students permits, who have to bring their admission letters and evidence that they have paid their school fees. And then their processes, average, student permit, averagely, should not go beyond average. The student permit, it will be issued. Then we have dependent permits, spousal. You are married to a Ghanaian, you are the husband, you are married to a Ghanaian. So your spouse is now applying for you. So he comes in as a guarantor and apply for you. Usually there's an additional guarantor to apply for you. And that procedure, you come to the office to sign documents and preparation, and the process is done. It shouldn't take more than 2 weeks for you to get that permit. That is a dependent permit. And then there are permits like work permit. Here, you are a sole proprietor. You have registered your business, but you want to run the business all alone. So you want a work permit to enable you to start your business. Maybe you are not able to go to GIPC yet to register and make it quite a big business, or you start on a small note. When you come to us, there are requirements. We are going to ask you to bring a police clearance from home country. Because you are not staying in Ghana, Ghana cannot testify. You know, Ghana police cannot testify 100%. They can do a little assessment, but they can't give immigration 100% security background of you. Who will require you to provide us a police clearance, a criminal clearance from your home country, and then a medical report from Ghana Immigration Service Clinic. People have gone to bring medical reports that are not true. So we want you to do it at our clinic to ensure that you are not a health threat, or you don't have any communicable disease that will impact negatively on your environment or wherever you are going to operate. And with that requirement, your work permit should be able to be processed within 2 weeks, and then the resident permit now being added to your, being placed in your issue in your passport a week. So 3 weeks, maximum 4 weeks, you should lay hands on your work permit to start your business. Because you can't open a bank account if you don't have a residence permit or a work permit to work here. Your bank will frustrate you. That is true. A lot of diasporans have come to our office saying that we wanted to open an account, the banks are not opening for us. This is our passport. Because you don't have residence permits. And even sometimes they have not even registered their businesses, and they will just want to open the account. Then it becomes difficult. Sometimes we have also encouraged joint partnership. You know, you can join a Ghanaian, not a fake one, because we will investigate. We investigate. You can join a Ghanaian and then start. We encourage joint partnership also to do business.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very insightful and quite key. We're gonna just move on to some of the other panelists and then open it up to questions very shortly. Thank you ever so much, Chief Inspector and Superintendent. Over to Mr. Nab from the Ghana Revenue Authority. And this is something I think many of us here have kind of questioned, and I'm sure you'll be able to explain further. Over the Christmas periods, we've had a number of diasporans from all over come to Ghana for festivities and finding out about more of what they can do and opportunities. We've had a number of people that visit restaurants, hotels, and so forth. And it's always a comment when you're with some friends or family, and you've gone to a restaurant, you've ordered food, and then you see your bill, and then you see lots of different taxes, you know, on the bill. Is that something that you could explain further? Because people come with questions about that all the time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, we have two types of taxes. We have direct taxes and the indirect taxes. The indirect taxes, we have taxes which have to do with imports. Then we also have what we call the value-added tax. The value-added tax, VAT, and then the levies. Okay. Yeah, levies, yeah. So we have the get fund levy, that is very specific for get fund operations. Then we have the COVID. 19, which is 1%, you know, then of course the national health insurance levy, which is 2.5. Now the thing is this, it is on consumption. We call it consumption expenditure tax. Is that okay? If you don't consume, you don't pay that tax. So as you rightly put it, you walk into a restaurant to eat. Once the restaurant is registered for VAT, they are enjoined to impose those taxes. So what it is that we have the bill, the total bill, if it is 10 Ghana, I'm just making an example. Yeah. Let's say 10 Ghana. So you have the 10 Ghana, then you have the national health insurance, which is 2.5. You have the get fund, which is also 2.5. Then you have the COVID, which is also 1%. In fact, there are levies, but they are for specific projects. The COVID, for example, it is just to help fight the COVID. So that goes to, yes. Then we have the national health insurance, that is just to also provide health needs for Ghanaians. Then we have the get fund, which is supposed to support education. It was passed by Parliament. GRA didn't pass it. We are only enforcing it. Then we have the VAT, and the law says that the VAT should be the last tax to be imposed. Then, yes. So we also have the tourism levy, which is 1%. But that one is actually from the tourism sector. The authority. They impose that one, not the GRA. It doesn't come to us. So it is true that those ones are there. But as I said, it is on consumption. You can avoid it by not consuming. So if you don't go to the restaurant, you don't pay. But if you go there, you have to pay.
Then it's automatically added. Are there, I mean, when it comes to some of these taxes, being somebody that's, you know, grown up in the UK, when you go to a restaurant, we have the VAT, and that's the only kind of tax. Is there a limit to the time frame that those taxes are imposed? So say, for example, the COVID tax, is it up until 5 years and then, you know?
We have some taxes, we have what we call sunset clauses. That is to say, they are for specific periods. Of those periods, they are withdrawn. The COVID is for the COVID. The Ministry of Finance has not told us that it is out of Ghana. So because they haven't told us, it is still actually being used.
Until they.
Exactly. But I'm sure with time.
Okay, thank you ever so much. Thank you. Mr. Poku. Hi. Pensions. And looking after ourselves in our, you know, older life. Some of us have come from UK, US, Europe, where we've worked for a number of years, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We've decided to move to Ghana and possibly still work, but not in the same sort of capacity. How does the pension that we've established in the countries that we were resident and now moving into Ghana and acquiring a pension in Ghana, how do the two work hand in hand? Or can they work hand in hand?
Okay, so first of all, if we don't have any agreement with any country yet in terms of being able to transfer your pensions to Ghana. So, or even pay your contributions to the Ghanaian system. So if you have a pension in the UK, it stays at that. So all the qualifying conditions and the benefits that you can get from that pension, you are entitled to that, but it's not involved. The Ghanaian system is not involved in that system. So if you come to Ghana and you want to establish, suppose you are not even 45 years old. By the way, you have to be less than 45 years before you can join the SNIT scheme. The SNIT, I mean Social Security and National Insurance Trust. That's the Ghanaian pension administration system. It starts from age 15 to 45 years. So if you are above 45, you cannot be part of that system. it's a three-tier system, and the SNIT operates or administers the first tier, which provides the basic social security for every worker in Ghana. But if you are above 45 years, you can be part of the second tier and the third tier, but not the first tier that is administered by SNIT. That's just by the way. So if you are below 45 years, then you can be part of the scheme, the SNIT scheme. And that is what I mentioned, that you need to register. If you have been employed by an employer, then the employer is mandated to ensure that you are registered. And then afterwards, your contributions will be paid to the social security system on behalf of the employee. So that must be done. And is about the total contribution that you need to pay. There should be a salary that will be declared, and the employer will pay 13% of that salary, and then employees' salary will be deducted 5.5%, making a total of 18.5%. That is mandatory. You need to do that as an employer and as an employee. So once you make those contributions up to the time that you retire, the minimum that you have to make is 180 months. That is 50 years of contribution in aggregate. Then you can qualify for the benefits. So you can have your benefits outside the country because you're a member of a scheme, let's say in the US or in the UK, and you still come here and live, you are below 45 years, you registered as an employee or as a self-employed. You're on your own, you're not employed anybody. You're working on your own as a business person. You can register your company and register with SNIT as a self-employed.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Can we just make sure that our microphones are off if we're not using them? Because I think there's a bit of background sound. We're just coming to check.
So if you're on your own, as I was saying, I think I can be heard, right? All right. So you register as an employee, an employer and the employer at the same time because you are self-employed. Then you pay your contributions, the 18.5% of a declared salary that you have to do at the beginning of every year. So when you do that and you make the minimum of 15 years contribution in aggregate or 180 months in aggregate, you qualify for all the benefits under the scheme, in addition to what you are entitled to outside the country. They are not, because there's no relationship. So they are completely different. So when you are due for benefits from your home country, you can go and access the benefits. But when you make the contributions and you meet all the criteria, the qualifying conditions that will let us pay you the benefits, you get that one as well, in addition to whatever you're entitled to from your home country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's quite clear. So at the moment, there's no sort of bilateral agreement, but you can collect pensions from your previous country. Thank you very much. Now moving over to the Ghana Standards Authority, and as a number of people from the diaspora community set up and establish businesses, how do we ensure that individuals and organizations that they set up are meeting the relevant standards? How do we ensure that they are actually following through and being accredited by your organizations, and what checks are put in place to ensure that people don't sort of slip through the net and just set up an organization without being accredited?
Excuse me. So in the first place, if somebody wants to set up a business, it's important for the person to contact GSA to get the needed advice to set up, to build the facility according to specifications. For instance, if you want to set up a food factory, you can't just use any building at all because there are requirements. For instance, the floors have to slope towards a drain. Ceilings have to slope, you know, and then corners have to be rounded. There are so many requirements. So it's better you know the rights, you know, it's better you build having in mind the kind of products you want to produce. Then as you develop your products, The labs are there. We have working services. You can come and then test your products to see whether they are safe, they are of good quality. So, and you also have to make sure that even as you are producing, you are observing good manufacturing practices and hygienic practices. Then you contact Ghana Standards Authority. When it's food, drugs, cosmetics, household chemicals, you contact FDA as well. So inspectors with certification, inspectors will come over.
Hello, 1, 2, check. Hello, 1, 2, yeah. Hello. Hello, 1, 2. Check, check, check. If you dey hear me, I will call. Hello, 1, 2, check. You go on.
going to be imported have certificates of analysis or conformity accompanying them. When a high-risk product, when I say high-risk product, I mean electrical cables, gas cylinders, and all that. When a high-risk product is imported, into Ghana without COA, there's going to be delay because inspectors will sample for lab analysis and they will only recommend for the product to be released when lab reports come out satisfactory. Then I mentioned importers who work with recognized inspection and testing entities in the importing country. Such entities can inspect and then test the products so that these products, COAs, will accompany the products. In this case, if GSA verifies and then is satisfied that it's coming from a valid source, then there will be no delays and then products will be released onto the market. There is the simplest one. When importers subscribe to this Easy Pass I mentioned, with that, GSA has partnered with 2 inspection and testing entities, that is Bureau Veritas and Intertech. So what they do is they carry out the inspection and testing activity in the importing country, and then they share platform with Ghana Standards Authority. So immediately inspection reports and then testing reports will be made available on the platform. So when the product gets to Ghana, there's no delay. And this is good because it gives the importer the opportunity to correct with the manufacturer before the product even gets to Ghana. Yes.
Thank you ever so much. I think it's quite important to understand that we also need to maintain our standards and do things the correct way and not just haphazardly. Just to So just to move over to the Ghana Health Service for now. I think it's for the online.
Sorry, we're having technical issues. This will be heard online. So our online people are like, we can't hear. So they can hear through this mic. So, but it's not for you guys. We just have to kind of shout, speak a bit louder. So Ghana Health Service, I think we'll go over to you. You're going to give her a question? Okay. And then we'll go over to the audience. A lot of you are hungry, just like me. And then we'll continue the conversation. Yeah? Okay.
Yes, I forgot something. And sometimes in fact, most of the time you get exporters who want to export our sorted food products to developed countries and even surrounding countries. The process is simple. It involves the exporter has to contact GSA either by phone or physically, and then inspectors will go and inspect the consignment. With this, the scope is just with the consignment that is going to be exported. Then inspectors will sample according to prescribed sampling plans and then send the samples to our labs to test. And when the test comes out satisfactory, then we issue the export certificate for export. So we are the competent authority when it comes to fish exports to EU and other countries, and also exports of other products to EU. And also sometimes you get exporters who want to export scrap metal. That's one too, they come to us through the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Ministry of Trade and Industry subcontracts us to carry out that activity for them. So we go and inspect the scrap metal and then to ascertain if it's ferrous or non-ferrous, because by law, exporters are not supposed to export ferrous metals. Those ferrous metals are for the consumption of local steel manufacturers. So we go and inspect, and if it contains ferrous, we indicate so that the consignment is not exported. If it doesn't contain ferrous and it's purely non-ferrous, then we also indicate for the scrap metal to be exported. Thank you.
I'm back again. So, as I said, though I'm with the Health Promotion Division, one of the divisions that are responsible for clinical care, emergency cares are the ICD, those in the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, the ambulance, the 911, the ambulance services as well. So I think when you go to the first point, and the first point of entry here is the airport, and then we have airport clinic, that is for airport health, which is under the public health. So we have airport health, who is there? I mean, those people, those who are leaving the country, if you don't have your vaccination, and then they tell you to go and get your vaccination accessible by yellow fever, and then the rest, you can go there and then you get it. And then we have, because of primary healthcare system that we have here, we have a lot of, let me start from the community level. We have a lot of CHIP compounds. When you go to deep in the villages, they are the first point of what? Health services delivery. That is the CHIP compound. And then you go to the health centers, which that is the next, let's say, the CHIP compound is the lowest because it goes down to the communities where healthcare is not much, like getting accessibility to healthcare is far off. So those places are more of remotely. And then to the villages, then we have health centers. When we have health centers, which have a PA, might have midwife, also community health nurses, and then they are also there to assist. That is the health centers. And then you move to the clinic. And then to polyclinics, to the hospitals. Then we have the district hospitals, we have the regional hospitals, and then we have the teaching hospitals. So in Accra here, the regional hospital is the Rate Hospital. And then I think because I said that when you are in need of health, and then you can look through, I just want to talk about, there are a lot of private hospitals around, there are a lot of mission hospitals around, but if you have to talk about the government hospitals, we have a lot in Accra here, which I can't mention all. But the major ones that it might be more visible, Rate Hospital is there, Achimota is there, Mamobi, Mamprobi, La one has already, I think they have demolished that one, they are rebuilding a new one, but I think inside, Tech Service is also there, it's under the military hospital as well. So, exactly. And then, so we have a lot of hospitals available to you, but when you want a vaccination center, a lot of people will call, oh, I want to go and take my yellow fever vaccines, I want to go and take my measles, I want to go and get my rubella, and then all the public health diseases that we can talk about. We have Adabraka Polyclinic. That is where we have the National Vaccination Center. Let me give the location. You know where the cathedral, Roman Catholic Church, the cathedral, that's Adabraka. Okay. Holy Spirit Cathedral, or maybe the mental health hospital. It's just around the mental health hospital, then just opposite the mental health hospital, or Holy Spirit Cathedral. I think that could be a landmark. When you get there, just opposite, there's Adabraka Polyclinic. That is where the National Vaccination Center it is. Sometimes they have decentralized it, which you can go to Rate Hospital, the disease control office, you can get your vaccinations. I think other hospitals that have disease control offices, you can get all your public health, let's say the other yellow fever, rubella, and then all that. But please, getting access to healthcare in Ghana, I don't think it's difficult. Me and you can attest that. All that you need, if you don't have national health insurance card, all that you need is money, small. I mean small, just small money. When you go through the system. When you think you need assistance, there are a lot of people, the nurses are there, even the security men, they are even more than us. They know everywhere in the hospital. Somebody might lead you to but when you think it's an emergency, when you enter a hospital, you make sure you see a practitioner or a clinician just around. Just talk to the person, the word is nicely, and then they can pick you up and then to the next level. I know when we are ill, some people can pour frustrations, and when it happens like that, forgive us. I know I'm saying us because we are all me. All of them represent me as I'm sitting right here. They said there are a lot of attitude now for my nurses, and my doctors, and then everyone in the hospital. Sometimes it's just frustration, and then tired. I think per ratio, the number of healthcare persons to the number we are taking care of every day is higher. So when it happens like that, please forgive us. Please, you understand me now. You are forgiving us in advance. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then finally, we're going to go to Mr. Dudson of the Lands Commission, and then we're going to open up to questions in the audience. So please, Michaela's standing by, ready and waiting. So Mr. Dudson, if you could, like I mentioned earlier, many diasporans come wanting to engage with lands. If you could just help alleviate some of the concerns and fears when it comes to buying lands from the wrong people or the processes, and just reiterate the correct processes that they should go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And just as we all know, if you're not feeling well, you're thinking of going to the hospital or going to the pharmacy shop. But when it comes to buying property, then it becomes something else. And that is where people fall into all sorts of troubles. Now, let me say that I mentioned earlier on that if you want to acquire land in Ghana, our traditional authorities, they own about 80% of all the lands in Ghana. They manage all of these lands. The state manages 20% of the land. The question is, if I want to buy land, what should I do? You see an area, this area where we are in Osu, assuming but the area is acquired by the state anyway. But if you approach the stool that I'm interested in a parcel of land, what we do at the Lands Commission is that every land that has been bought and registered, we keep the records. So you'd have to get a site plan of the area that you intend to acquire. And you come to the Lands Commission and conduct an official search. That official search will reveal to you all the recorded transactions on that parcel of land. So if you are buying the land from Jennifer, and Jennifer has registered at the Lands Commission, you will see that her name will pop up in our records. Having done that, you want to use the land for a school. Every land in this country has been zoned for a particular use. So you'd go to the assembly in that locality, the district or municipal or metropolitan assembly, and you will find out from them what is the use of this particular parcel of land. So if it's a school site, or if it can be zoned as a school site, then you know that you are on the right track. Then you go and prepare the document between you and the chief. I said that for stool land or family land or state land, you can only get a leasehold over a specified period. That will be done. And then this is something that is prepared by solicitors. They will prepare it, then you will submit this document to the Lands Commission. In a lot of situations, people acquire land, they go for the document,
They sign it between the two parties, and then they go home to sleep. What? Okay. Thank you. What it means is that if you bought the land from Jennifer and you didn't register it, the records will still show that the land belongs to Jennifer. And Jennifer can go and sell it to another person who will come and register it. And then you run into all sorts of litigation. So it's important that when you acquire the land, you come in to register. Then if you are selling it to another person, what we call the root of title, the person will conduct a search and it will show that it came from Mr. A to Mr. B to Mr. C, and now it's the Mr. C who is selling to me. So we always advise that you go through this process. First, you conduct the search, and when you have gotten the necessary documents on the land, you come to the Lands Commission to register. In the Lands Commission, Ghana has 16 regions. If you are buying land in any region, your land will be registered in that particular region. So if you are buying land in OT region or Northeast, the Lands Commission is governed by a board. We have the Regional Lands Commission, and the Lands Commission has an office in that region. So that is where you go and register your land. We currently are decentralized to the regional level. If you are in Greater Accra, you buy the land, you register it here. So the advice is, please make sure that if you buy the land, you conduct a search at the Lands Commission, and then when the document is prepared, you will come back to the Lands Commission and register that same parcel of land. After that, you want to build a house. You will submit your architectural drawings to the particular district assembly, and then they will give you a building permit, and then you go and commence development. So you don't start work when you don't have a permit. In a lot of instances, our friends come to us and they say, oh, I've gone to buy this land. Can you check for me? That is too late because you already paid for it. If the land didn't belong to the person you bought it from, then you've lost your money. I am happy that looking around the room, there are a lot of young people here, and that gladdens my heart. That if you live here, please bear in mind that if you want to buy land, you go through the right processes and buy the land so that you don't go through the frustrations that other people go through all the time. And it happens, and it's always happening. I go to church, people follow me. Oh, I have a problem with land. Everywhere you go. But let me say that we at the Lands Commission, we are embarking on a serious and massive digitization process to ensure that it will be easy for anybody. Those of you abroad, you can go online. Even today, if you have land, a lease from government, you can pay your ground rent online. You don't have to come to our offices. Thank you very much. Those are the things that we are doing. Now, very soon, anywhere in this country, you can check on the status of any parcel of land from your phone or from your laptop or whatever to know the status of any parcel of land in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you ever so much, Mr. Dadson. We're now going to open it up to the audience questions. If there are any questions, please put your hands up and Michaela will come round, and please speak loud as well as you answer the questions.
All right. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it. It's coming. Sherry Thompson, also known as Mama Lou, MAMALOO. Every poo deserves a loo. All right. Yes, that is toilet sanitation. We're not going to talk about that today. Lands Commission. Whew, people called me on the phone about this, and they're like, I bought land. No, you leased land. And I think that's the whole thing here that we just need to deal with. Terminology. Let's deal with the terminology. You said acquire, acquire, acquire. I like that word because that says what we're doing. We're acquiring land under leasehold or freehold. In the mindset of diasporans, buy is a whole nother concept. And we need to get rid of the word buy. We do not buy land in Ghana. We lease or we do freehold. And if you are diasporan and you're not a Ghanaian, you're not doing freehold. Okay? We need to really clear that up. Oh, I bought land. No, you didn't buy any land. You leased land. You leased it for how many years? 50 years? Great. And that's what needs to happen. You need to change the whole dialogue and how we talk about this because we are confusing the people. And when you confuse the people, you have chaos. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lita Iden. Good morning. My name is Lita Iden. Now, of course, I'm from the United States. I'm married to a Ghanaian, and I have multiple questions, basically for most likely everyone on the stage. So the first question, I would like to direct that question to Mr. Joseph Opoku. Okay. In the United States, we have a system where you have a Roth IRA or a IRA, a 401k, and you can make what they call a bulk contribution. So for the SNIT, SSNIT, is there a possibility for those who would like to set up an account to actually make a bulk contribution, especially if they miss the first tier? I'm not finished.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. I'm Joseph Kwao. My question has to do with land registration. Situations where after you've checked and you know that the land is empty, let me use that word, and then the registration process at the Lands Commission takes you about 3 years to get your land registered. You go, you ask, okay, we haven't checked yet. Go, come back. I want to ask, what arrangements would the Lands Commission put in place so that, for example, whether diasporans or Ghanaians lease land and they want to have it registered properly, they don't go through frustration for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years before their lands are registered. Thank you.
Got two more. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Two more after.
Thank you so much. My question is to the Chief Superintendent, Mr. Simon Asari. My name is Blessing. I run a book club in the UK called the Christian Millionaire Book Club. Now, I happen to have about 15 of our members coming to Ghana in February, God willing, for a tour of Ghana, just to look at the business opportunities that are here. So when you were speaking, you spoke about visas. So my question is, can the Immigration Service facilitate a visa for the group? I also noticed when I was coming in early December that there was visa on arrival kiosk. So is that also something that's possible? So if you can just elaborate on that, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nene Etuahene. I'm Secretary of Ghana Association of Southern California. I have questions for the Lands Commission. I have a couple questions, but let me get to the one that's freehold. Freehold has been something that's been going around. One attorney says there's no more freehold interest. Another attorney says there is freehold interest. You're saying there is freehold interest, but I don't know if it's for family land, stool land, state land. That was one question. The other one is,
there's so many people who have not registered their properties, whether it's land or property. I'm in real estate, so I buy property. So when I'm here, I have people who say, I haven't registered, but if you want to buy it, you can take it through that process. So I wanted to ask more about that question because that's something I come across all the time.
Thank you. My name is Victoria. This question also is for the Lands Commissioner. As a Ghanaian born outside of Ghana to Ghanaian parents, you often hear conversations, I own this land here, I own this land here. How do we go about making sure that those assets are protected? And in the event that there is death, because death is inevitable, it will happen, that those assets are protected and they don't go through the process of the stool land processes. And then the second question I had recently, I was building on my property in North Legon, and a gentleman approached me. He said he's a land guard. And out of intimidation, I had to pay him because I was advised that if you don't pay these guys off, they can come back, destroy your property, and just be destructive. So I guess what processes are being put in place to protect us from those kinds of people that go around essentially terrorizing us?
Okay, thank you. My name is Daniel Conte. I want to ask the resource person from Lands Commission. You give us a very good presentation, but you did not touch on the cost elements of registering a land in Ghana. Sometimes you get to the Lands Commission and it's a whole lot of stories. So please throw more light on that for us. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Andy Asamoah. I mean, I've followed everything you said. Since I came to Ghana, I make sure that every land I buy, I have a land title certificate. And I always advise people, if there's no land certificate, they just bring you an indenture, it doesn't mean anything. My question is, recently, I bought a land at Oyibi, which I have a certificate, and I bought it because there was a certificate. Now, 4 people have now taken me to court for a land which I have a certificate. I'm very confused. I have to take lawyers. We have to go to court every day. Why is it that if you have a certificate, you can still be taken to court? And if the certificate is shown that it is issued by the Land Commission, even in one of them is using the Land Certificate Commission to take part of the land which they have already issued a certificate. I'm very confused. I wouldn't have asked this question, but I'm confused because I've always been told that once you have your certificate, you are okay. Why is it happening? Thank you.
We'll go to Lands Commission. He has the most questions. Over to you, Mr. Daxon.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll take all of that. This always happens, and that is why, as I said, we are putting in the measures to ensure that all of these challenges are curtailed. The point is that for us as Ghanaians or anybody who has something to do with land, we must respect our laws. The laws of Ghana state, and the law on title certificate, the PNDC law 152, it is a state guarantee of the title to land. What it means is that once you go through the process and you have a title certificate, unless fraud is proven, then the state guarantees your interest or the security of your title. So why do we have a situation where people can still go to court and litigate over land that another person has a certificate on? So all the agencies have a responsibility. We need to respect the laws of our land. Otherwise, we will say one thing and we'll be doing another thing. But let me say this. You have your land title certificate. As I said, unless and until it is proven that it was obtained by fraud or some other illegal means, there is no way your certificate can be taken away from you. As for courts, the courts are always there to ensure that there's justice. But you will still have to go through the process and have your land title certificate. That is my You see, that is why I said if all our institutions are going to respect the laws of our land and enforce these laws, the case against you in court, once you produce your certificate, they should dismiss it. You see, they should dismiss it, but the courts will still have to go through a certain. Somebody goes in broad daylight and shoots another person. You know, that person must be jailed for murder or whatever it is, but he still is given the chance to go through trial. Unfortunately, that is what it is. And when it comes to land, we don't have separate laws on land against that. But for now, at least, what I can say is that we have set up land courts, and the judges in the land courts have been trained and they have specialized in this area. And so it is, you observe that even though people can go to court, the length of time that it takes for the court to deal with such cases has drastically reduced because the judges themselves are familiar with it. So those are some of the measures that we are taking on this. Now, the cost of registration of land. See, if you come to I remember some years ago, I went to your show in the UK, and I displayed the fees and charges at the Lands Commission, and people were surprised that I can do a search for only 150 Ghana cedis for a plot of land, and somebody can ask you to bring in 55,000 cedis to do a search for you. Our fees and charges are displayed even on our website. If you go to our CSE, our Client Service Access Unit at the Lands Commission, where you submit your document for registration, they will give you the fees that you have to pay. People go through intermediaries, Goro boys, estate, those agents who are all over the place because you don't have time. And they are the people who will exploit you. In the Lands Commission today, one of the measures that we've taken is that every member of staff has an ID. So you know who you are dealing with. So let's ensure that we go through the right processes. The official fees will be there to pay, and then you don't end up paying all of those other fees that people are charging. So please, if we have a desk here, and we can show you all our fees and charges. You can come to the Lands Commission office anywhere in the country where your land is. We'll show you all our fees and charges, and that is what you have to pay. You pay the fees, you are given an official receipt for that. Even these days, you pay online. You don't have to, once the assessment is done, stamp duty, all of that, you can pay online. You don't have to come to the office. So please, let's take note of that. And then all of us, if we do it, nobody will take your money. Then there was a question of, yes. When people say, well, let me say that is the streets, no, the one on the land guard issue. You see, that is an illegality. I have here. This is a copy of the Land Act. We came here. We have donated 25 copies of the Land Act to you. I don't know how you're going to share it, but we are giving GUBA 25 copies of the Land Act. Now, in this act, it is stated that any of those activities is an illegality. So if somebody who legally owns land is confronted by a land guard, if you report to the police and that person gets arrested, he goes to jail for 5 years minimum, and 15 years maximum. And the land guard doesn't work on his own. He has a don somewhere. If we catch you sponsoring the land guard, you will go to jail, minimum 8 years, maximum 15 years. This document states clearly, it is one thing preparing the law, another thing enforcing it. And all of us, that is why everybody must get this and know what it states. This has put together all our laws on land, ownership, registration, everything on land is in this document. Yeah, that's your copy. I'll give it to you. You see, so everybody must be acquainted with what Land Act 2020, Act 1036 is talking about. So if you have somebody confronting you, you report to the police. The first thing you do is take your own documents to the police station. Let them verify that, yes, you are the genuine owner, and let that land guard also come and produce his document. And once they are not able to do that, what I'm saying is that it's not for the Lands Commission to arrest somebody. We don't have police. It is for the police. So all of the state institutions, we are mandated to play our role. I said, if you want to buy land, come and do a search at the Lands Commission. If somebody misbehaves, the police are there to arrest him. If all of us play our role, there will be sanity in our country. Then there was a question of selling land without registration. How can you give what you don't have? You see, that land must be registered before you can transfer. Sometimes people buy land from the chiefs, they take the document, they don't register. Once they have it, they just go home. Then they want to sell it. It's not only that situation. If you die and your children must inherit that property, what are they inheriting? If it wasn't registered. So this is a very serious matter we need to deal with. You buy land, you have to register it before you can transfer. Otherwise, you are going through all sorts of troubles. The person can tell you, oh, I didn't register it, but this chief sold it to me. So let's go and have the document prepared in your name. The chief will charge you another drink money. So make sure that you buy the land from somebody who has it duly registered. Then there was a question of the terminology. We sell, you sell, you buy. Please look at the document that is being given to you. What does it say? I've said it earlier on that family land, stool land, state land, every land, virtually every land in Ghana, you cannot have freehold. If I bought land freehold and I registered it and I'm transferring to a fellow Ghanaian, I can transfer the freehold. But if today a family is selling land, leasing land to another person, they cannot give out a freehold interest. Whether you are Ghanaian or you are a non-Ghanaian, you can't have a freehold. You can only have a leasehold interest. For residential, normally it's 99 years. For commercial, it's 50 years, and it is renewable. So let's bear that in mind. You are getting a leasehold document. It is the language of the street for people to say that, oh, I have bought land or I have sold land. What you've done is that you have leased the land, or if it's a leasehold and you are transferring, you are assigning your interest in that land to that person. I have 99 years. I've lived on it for 40 years. The remaining 50 years, that is what I'm transferring to you. So let's bear that in mind. Yeah. There was the one about duration, how long it takes to register your land document. We run two systems. If it's the deed registration system, which is outside of Accra or outside of Greater Accra, we do a minimum of 14 days. 14 days. But the Lands Commission doesn't control the entire process. Sometimes you are asked to go and get the planning approval for the zoning regulation for that parcel of land, and then you go to sleep. But after 1 year, when you've gone for that planning approval or the zoning regulation in that area, and you come back and we register for you, you lump it all together and say, the Lands Commission, my documents stayed there for a year and a half. So you must know the various processes that you need to go through. Come and submit your document yourself. Don't go through third parties. He will provide his address, and when we are looking for him, we cannot find him. There's something that you need to do yourself, and we cannot find you. How can we reach you? And we also advise that once you submit your document, please do the necessary follow-ups to ensure that you know the status of your document. Very soon, when we go fully digital, you can sit at home and determine what is the status of my document. It will happen, and it will happen soon, we can assure you. Hopefully, the next time we have your engagement, people will be sitting here and they'll be checking on their phone the status of their document, and they will not ask me this question. Thank you very much.
I'll answer the question.
No, we don't. The freehold issue, as I said, you cannot have freehold now. If you are now going to buy from a family, you can't have freehold, whether you are Ghanaian or you are non-Ghanaian. But if, as a Ghanaian, I bought it freehold and I registered it, I can transfer that freehold to another Ghanaian. They say that our laws don't take retrospective effect. So if the law came into force today and yesterday I had a freehold registered document, the law doesn't apply to it. I can transfer a freehold, another person can transfer a freehold. But if today I'm buying from the family or whoever, then I cannot have freehold. So freehold exists, but these are the conditions around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think my sister, you asked about visa on arrival. So my question to you is: are you staying in Ghana now? You are here. Okay, you'll be here. So for the 15 people coming in February, what you need to do, you need a prior approval of the Controller General. So what you do, you apply, you write to the Controller General, Ghana Immigration Service, you apply application for entry visas or application for visa on arrival. You have to state the names, their nationalities. You attach their biodata pages of their passports. Have you registered a business? Good. So you attach all your business documentation, the company registration documents. And if the business is more than 1 year old, you attach any tax receipts to show that you have paid your tax. Any tax receipts of the company. If it is registered within a year, you don't require that tax receipts. But if it's more than a year, attach your tax receipts. Then whoever signed this application letter, attach an ID or a biodata page of that person's passports. Then you submit at the immigration headquarters. You pay a fee of $150 per each person. The visas will be issued. You can electronically send it to them and they will arrive at the airport. That is where they go to the booth you saw at the airport. And then they will put the stickers in their passport. They don't pay anything at the airport again. Now, there is another one, corporate organizations and government institutions apply. For instance, if there is a conference organized by any of the ministries, Ministry of Trade, Agric, or Office of the President, Ministry of Tourism, thank you. What happens is they write to Ghana Immigration Service. We are going to have this conference. We are expecting about 2,000 participants. And then they will send us the list of the 2,000 participants with their biodata pages. We do our background checks. We do a checks on all of them, and then we issue a general visa. We deposit the names at the airport. So whoever arrived there for this conference, the airport officials will check if your name is on the list. They will issue a visa on arrival. This depends on whether you have to pay on arrival or it's a gratis visa. That is how it happens. If you are staying far away, your city is not closer to any of the Ghana missions where you can acquire your visa to come, you can have a host in Ghana to apply for you and then send it to you, and you can come. Okay, go ahead. Yes. I mentioned biodata page of your passport. Biodata.
Okay. Hello, Commissioner. When you were first speaking, you mentioned about biometrics. So I'm a person that's in cybersecurity, and I wanted to know what is the CIA triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What are your processes that you're using to protect that information that you're gathering for the biometrics?
When I was giving the profile and I was giving our functions, it was regarding the naturalization, becoming a Ghanaian. I said that if your application is approved, you go to the Ministry of Interior for your biometrics to be taken. That is your thumb fingerprints. You go to the Ministry of Interior for that to be taken, and then a photograph of you is also taken to place in the system. And this is for security checks, as I said. And you are asking as to how that is protected. Yeah, because it's a system, and this is a security institution, so it is duly protected. It is not released to anybody. Just like you go to your country for a police clearance, it's a criminal clearance that will be given to you, and this information about you is not released to any individual person. Is that what you meant? I don't get it.
Please allow me to expound. Even in the United States, there is debate going on in Congress about how to protect biometrics when that information is gathered, whether it's through an AI system, a VR system, or an AU system, okay? So when you're saying biometrics, I'm thinking iris scan, I'm thinking fingerprints, I'm thinking hand scan, and we all know that attacks on government agencies around the world by people who will ransom that information if that threat attack is actually successful. So what I'm actually looking for is for you to explain to us exactly how that information for cybersecurity is being protected.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you very much for that question. I think it's quite key and very important. And I think it's actually a bigger question, not just for Ghana immigration, but possibly the Ministry of the Interior or security, because it's not just for immigration. It covers all aspects. So definitely, but I will allow Sir to also make a few comments.
Now, every country has what we call a cyberspace. Cyberspace. And when you come to Ghana, way back before, there were these issues of EU placing sanctions. If you are in Ghana and you want to conduct business online, they will block you because of the various scammers attacking and various scammers doing all these fraudulent activities online. But here, I cannot speak based on authority, but with the little knowledge I know, our cyber space is relatively secured. I mean, every country has a cyber space, and it's secured because our national security institution is really seriously working. And that is how come I will not boast, but we say that is how come Ghana is enjoying us. Talk of Burkina Faso, Niger, talk of Togo, which is just nearby. But our security system is quite secured. That one I can boast of that. But no country is 100% secured. Yeah.
Can we also pass over to
All right, thank you. So before I answer your question, did you say bulk contributions?
as in making contributions for arrears in the past or going forward? Talk. Okay, so when you are registered as an employee under an employer, and the employer's obligation is to make the contributions at a certain date, by the 14th of the ensuing month, the contribution for the previous month should have been made on your behalf as an employee. If they don't, and they default for a couple of months, then they can pay, they are obliged to pay those contributions, which we call the arrears, with penalty. So penalty will be calculated on the arrears, and they have to pay on behalf of the employee. But if you are on your own, as a self-employed, you are allowed to make contributions that you missed maybe in the 6 months, within the last 6 months, due to the nature of your work. You couldn't make the contributions, and now you've come forward to make contributions for relating to the past, let's say 6 months. You are allowed to do so, but it will be the value that will be given to you. Same way, you can make contributions into the future. You come in January and you want to make contributions for the next 6 months, because your job is such that it's seasonal. So you get all the, whatever you have to get for the year, twice in a year. So you register with us and say, I'm going to make 6 months contribution. You're allowed to do so and can pay that one in bulk without, and that one too, you get a value for it. So instead of say paying 100 cedis a month, because you are paying in advance, you get a credit for the 100 cedis. So you get like 102 for next month, and then 3 for the following, 105, just for as an example. So that one is allowed. Isaac.
And okay, saying that you're coming from the diaspora, you're past the age of 45, you decide you want to set up a business, you're going to have employees, and you would like to make a bulk contribution for the SSINIT, okay? SNIT, because you weren't here. It just didn't exist. And you love it, and you like to have multiple streams of income coming in, as Mensa Otabil has always said to do. And so you're saying, I'm asking you, as a person coming from diaspora, is there a possibility of making a bulk contribution towards that SNIT? Yes, pension. Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I indicated that in the SNIT scheme, there is an age limit. So when you are 15, you can join, but when you are 45 and above, you cannot. So if you are 45 years, yeah, apart from the tier 2 and 3, the tier 1, I'm talking about tier 1. Tier 1 is what SNIT is in charge. So if you are 45 years and above, you cannot join the tier 1, but you can join the tier 2 and 3. So your bulk contributions, unfortunately, because of the age, you cannot be part, it cannot be accepted in the under the first tier or the tier 1. But you can go on to the tier 2 and then tier 3, which encourages savings and all that, because there is this huge tax incentive. So that one, your contributions can go in there. But for the tier 1, once you pass 45, you cannot make any contribution at all. Come to talk about bulk contributions. That I can't speak for, but I know going forward, they allow contributions even when you are 45 years or more. But as to paying bulk in advance, like in arrears, I'm not too sure they are going to do that, because it's like going forward. That is what it is.
Thank you very much to everyone. I do feel that we need to have a break. We need to have a quick break. The panelists will be around for you to ask questions, for you to engage with. Please also do have a look at the stalls and the vendors outside. Many of them have got information, items that you might want to engage with, and just network with other people. So at the moment, we are going to have a break, and we are going to come back. Let me just check the time. We're going to come back at 2 p.m. to start the next panel session. So please do feel free to network and make sure you do come back. Thank you ever so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, we have food upstairs. Can I have the speakers to do a group picture, please? Can I have the speakers stand for a group picture?
Mr. Nav, Mr. Dodson, Chief Inspector, please, we'd like to take a group picture before we go on.
They're doing it now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The screen. You can use this one.
We're going to take a group picture with this.
Hey, Mr.
check, 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, try, 1, 2, hello, check, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, hello, try, 1, 2, hi, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, try, 1, 2, hello, try, 1, 2, sound try, 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, try, 1, 2, hello, try, 1, 2, hello, try, check, 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 mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, try, you good, all right. One, two, one, two. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Hello, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, hi. Hi, 1, 2, oh, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, check, check, check. Try, 1, 2, hi, 1, 2, check, check, check. Check, 1, 2, try, 1, 2. Hello, it is show for your back. For hello, 1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hi, 1, 2, hello, hello, hello. Sound try, try. Hello, 1, 2, hi, hi, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, try, 1, 2, hi, hi, 1, 2. One, two. Hello, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, hi, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Two, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, hi, hi, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 1, 2, check, 1, 2, try, hi, 1, 2, hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Check. Microphone check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Microphone check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Is it on?
Hello.
Hello, 1, 2. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, take two. All right. As I was saying, my name is Mohameda El Muhajir. I have been in Ghana for the past 8 years. I run a PR and marketing agency called Wax Print Media. And today I'm here on behalf of one of my clients, Webster University. And I'm just going to speak very briefly about how education played a role in me coming back to Ghana. I first came to Ghana in 2003, and I studied at Legon at University of Ghana. And the reason why I did that is I was interested in moving back to Ghana, living, maybe starting a business, but I figured that going to school here would allow me a time to kind of like navigate the space. And actually, that was a great move. I didn't end up moving then, but it allowed me to just understand more about Ghana, build my network. If you know anything about Ghana, your school network is one of the most important networks that you have. And, some of those, my classmates, have risen and become, pretty high powered people. And I met them going to school here. I didn't end up moving back for another 10 years, but that experience really played a role, was pivotal. And if there was something like Webster University, Webster is the only American certified university in the West Africa region, based here in East Legon. They have students from all over the world. And you can study, if you apply, once you enter Webster, you could finish at any of their campuses around the world. So I want to just introduce you to Webster. If you're thinking about moving to Ghana, perhaps a second master's degree, and at Webster might be something, or maybe even teaching could be another entry. And if you have young people, studying in Ghana, having a truly cultural global experience like none other, receiving an American certified degree is something to definitely consider. We're just going to show a short video, just exploring, how diverse Webster's culture is and how diverse the student body is. It's about 1 minute long. And if you have any more questions or you want to have more information, Matthew is here from Webster. He can raise his hand there, and he'll also be there out at the table. They'll have information. It has a rolling admissions. You can apply to Webster all throughout the year. So thank you very much. And I'm here if you have any other questions. Thank you.
here at Webster, Ghana. We're diverse and it's beautiful. Everyone is very inclusive of everyone else. Webster will not only change.
My name is Jonica Bolden, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I am finally here at Webster, Ghana.
Hi, my name is Santi Kedi, and I come from Cameroon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at Webster University. Hello, I am Tongi.
Hi, my name is Webster. We are twins.
And we are exactly here at Webster, Ghana.
Hello, my name is Prista. I'm from Argentina, and I'm excited to be studying here at Webster, Ghana.
We're diverse and it's beautiful. Everyone is very inclusive of everyone else. Webster will not only change you, it will transform your world. Webster University is an American university with both full service and study abroad locations in the USA, Switzerland, Netherlands, Greece, China, the UK, Austria, and Ghana.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Mrs. Mahdia, about Webster University. Apologies for the sound. We will do our best to send out the link after the event for anyone that wants to know more about Webster University. But without further ado, I'd like to call upon Mr. James Nelson, who is the Director of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority and oversees the Beyond the Return. So can I please welcome him up on stage?
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I salute you all. I know today is a holiday and we started well. This is 2023. We know that we are going to push Ghana forward. I want to salute my mommy here, Auntie Sherry. Salute you. My name is Nelson, James Nelson, like my sister rightly said. I was supposed to be here earlier on, but the work takes us everywhere at any time. So when you are called upon, you need to respond to a call at any time. So that's how come I'm behind. But I joined in earlier, later on before the break. And I'm happy to be here with you. And basically, I want to talk about the Ghana Tourism Authority, what we do, and then our registration processes. So the Ghana Tourism Authority was established by an act of parliament, either to use the Ghana Tourist Board, which was established in 1973. And then we have an amendment coming into force, SNC, the Ghana Tourism Authority. Second, tourism enterprises. We are class. And then we are also talking about the travel trade, the travel and tours, and then the tour operators and all that. And then the sites and attractions as well. So they all have allies, that is legislative instruments under the Parent Act, the Tourism Act 817/2011. So for instance, if you pick accommodation, we have LI 2239 that regulates the accommodation facilities. And then if we are talking about the food, beverage, and entertainment, we have LI, that is Legislative Instruments 2238. It regulates that one. And then the travel trade, we have the LI 2389. And then that of the sites and attractions, we have LI 2393. So What do you want to do if you want to invest in tourism? What are the areas? Which are the gray areas? We have all these areas that we can tap into it. So for instance, for accommodation, we have the basic mandatory requirements. But in terms of accommodation, we go a step further, and then we give you some time off to be able to come up with all your documents. So we give a provisional license. So if you want to register a facility, let's say a restaurant or a travel trade, that's be it a travel and tour and all that, then basically you need these requirements. First of all, you need your registration name, a company registration, and so the certificate, and then you need, it should be a limited liability company, so you need a certificate to commence business, and then certificate of incorporation. And then also, you need a police report, you need a fire report, that is if it is a travel and tour. Then you need an office location. You also need someone who is vested into some of the systems that we have, Amadeus and all those things. You need a manager, you need a safe, and then an office equipment. Okay, so it cuts across for restaurants and sites and attractions. Of course, you need some other documentation. So for instance, if you are operating an accommodation facility, you need, in addition to what I've mentioned, you need a building permit, you need an environmental health report. And then so for the building permit and environmental health report and all those things, sometimes we have challenges. People say that, oh, I've taken my document to the metro, to the municipal, to the district, and it is delaying, and I need to start work. What do I do? So then we give you a provisional license. So first of all, we'll need to, after getting back to us, coming to us, we tell you all these processes. And then you have an online, you can just do the, fill in the form. And then we have our inspectors coming to your place to inspect, to certify that it is a place that you can operate and all of that. Then we give you a provisional license that you can carry on. And then also, when we are certified, we come formally with the licenses to go through the process. And then also, let me also touch a bit on the 1% tourism levy. I know a lot of people want to know what is the 1% tourism levy. It is just like our tax system. So 1% of patrons, when they buy from your facility, for instance, somebody buy a plate of food. So at the end of the month, you are supposed to do what we call a tax returns of 1% of the income that the person pays. And then it goes into a fund. And that fund is used for development of tourism facilities in terms of size and attractions, in terms of training for industry practitioners and all of that. So basically, this is a wrap-up. I made mention of marketing and promotion. We also do what we carry out research to know the trends, tourism receipts and arrivals. If you recall, in 2019, we had the numbers in terms of arrivals and receipts for the year of return, which culminated into the beyond the return. And then also, we also develop products. We have the product development and investment office where we have our architects, we have our planners and all of that. So if you have a site around your area, a waterfall or something, you call upon us, we liaise with the district assembly, we have regional offices across, then we can get on board and start the process. So I want to chip in here. We have our research team at the stands, beyond the return stands. They are conducting a research on this program. So it is a QR code, you just scan and then the questionnaire will follow. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, yeah, you can. Okay. Without further ado, before we go into our panel discussion, I'd like to also call on Mr. Kofi Ansah, who is part of the Agazi Homes. Is he here to speak to us briefly? Can we help appreciate him as he comes up to speak to us? Just to give us a brief overview into real estate and what you do and how we can invest as well.
Good afternoon.
said, my name is Kofi Ansan, and Happy New Year to us all. Agazi Homes is into real estate. What we do is that we build the properties ourselves, and we build with the conscience of family in mind. We consider safety, we consider space, we consider privacy. So our phase 1 project is located at Tema Committee 26, 5 minutes away from the motorway, and also it's a gated community. We have 3 and 4 bedroom houses, fully furnished. All that you need to do is come in with your luggage, a bed, and you have a home. Our kitchens are top-notch. Our facility, both from the living room to the bedroom to the kitchen, everything is of a high quality standard. The objective is to, especially the diasporans, give you a home from home. So when you come to our estate, you will see that you have the settings is in such a way that your kids will have their room, they will have a play area, you have a safe way to park your car, you have a nice place. We have created garden even within each apartment, each house. So the community is gated, we have security cameras all over, and we have security persons also all over. The objective is also to get residents that opportunity to have easy access to other facilities like mall, hospital. So our property is located where you can easily get more, like Palace Mall, which is one of the best malls in Ghana. Hello. Hello. Which is one of the top-notch malls in Ghana, and then hello. Also, there are schools around that your kids or your wards can easily access. So that is Agazi Homes. We also we've set out outside. We have a video playing, a 1-minute video, so we can all watch the video. Thank you.
Inside La Premier community by Agazi Homes. Just look at the compound. We have beautiful tiles and landscaping all the houses. Oh, look at this beautiful setup. All rooms come en suite. This is our master bedroom.
left Ghana at the age of 22 to join the United Nations. I traveled all over the world. I was in the Congo, my first station, Nigeria. I went to Switzerland, New York. I rose from the ranks to the top, and at age 55, I decided to take early retirement and come back to do something completely different. I'm a lawyer by profession, and since I returned, apart from creating my company, ANC Development, which built the first mall in Ghana, I've also, in my spare time, tried to help the country in the areas of my expertise. For example, I was part of the Presidential Commission, which prepared the new pension scheme, which the Senate representative was talking about. And under the scheme, we have 3 tiers. We have the Senate one, which gives you the normal pension. We have the second tier, which is your own savings, and we have the third tier. I was also part of the team which prepared the salary review in Ghana. And until 6 months ago, I was the chairman of the National Labour Commission. I'm also a member of the Otumfuo's Foundation, which look at the things that Otumfuo is trying to do for the nation. Outside also, I'm the president of the Institute Pasteur in Dakar. I just want to say that apart from doing business, you may come with certain background, so you can also support your country. All those things I did pro bono because I felt that was my own way of helping my country. Now, at this point, do you want me to talk about how to invest in Ghana? Yes, okay. Now, to invest in Ghana is not easy. There are a lot of difficulties. But having said that, I'll also say that the type of opportunities that you get here, you cannot get it elsewhere. Practically, I can say that there is gold on the ground, only we don't know how to pick it. Now my question is, why is it that we, the diasporans, we come and we say it's very difficult to do business in Ghana, there are difficulties, there are problems. But when you look at all the businesses in the country, 80% are by foreigners, people from outside. So if things are not good, why are they here? If they are here, it means they are good. The only problem I see that sometimes we come with a mindset of where we were before. So when you come and the electricity is, oh, in the States it's not like that. Oh, water, you know. So when you come, you have to know that you have come to Ghana. Things are different. So you prepare yourself. For example, you know that you cannot have 24-hour electricity. So what do? You make sure you have a generator so that if you have a problem, the generator will work. You know, for example, water sometimes is cut off. So what do? You make some boreholes so that when you don't have water, you have your own water coming in. You make sure all the rainwater, you harvest the rainwater. You know, so the bottom line is that there are difficulties, but there are solutions to those difficulties. So don't let us only look at the difficulties and complain, but let's find solutions and see what we can do. Now, you want to invest in Ghana. You are coming, either you are Ghanaian who have stayed outside, or you are diasporan also coming into the country. The first thing is, what do you want to invest in? And that's where I think a lot of Ghanaians or diasporans make a mistake, because they just come and they want to copy what is already there. They come and they see that, oh, everybody is doing this, and they want to go into that. That is wrong. When you come, depending on where you are, look, for example, if you are in East Legon at the airport, look at what is missing from that area. Don't just say because everybody is building a hotel, you want to build a hotel or some. No. Look at what you can add. So the problem I see that a lot of people tend to copy what is already there, and by the time they start, the people who started already have made their money and they cannot. So think out of the box and try to do something different. I came and I thought about a shopping mall. There was no shopping mall in Ghana. So even the banks thought I was crazy, because they thought that in Ghana, our shopping mall is the market. But I saw that in East Legon, about 60% of the people who are living there, they live outside. So they are used to the idea of a shopping mall. So I felt it will work. But even the banks didn't think it will work. Now, the other thing you have to look at, I built the first shopping mall. But all the shopping malls we have in Ghana now were built by foreigners. That's where there's a problem. Because the government should have made a conscious effort to support Ghanaians to continue to build, rather than getting a Ghanaian to open the gateway and the foreigners fraud in and take over the market. So these are some of the problems. It's the fault of the government, it's the fault of the system, and sometimes it's our own fault. So this is how I look at some of the issues here. And as I said, you just don't come in and decide that, oh, because somebody is selling clothes, it's nice, you also open it. Make a survey, make a study, and look at where you are locating the business. That will determine what type of business you can do. As they explained, if you are doing certain businesses, if you go outside, it's cheaper, you pay less tax. So if you want to go into agriculture, why do you want to site it in Accra? Why don't you go to the area where the products are, and where at the same time you get a reduced taxation? So these are all the things you have to think of. The other thing is that if you are coming to invest and you are bringing funds from outside, don't get a friend who will give you cedis and you give him dollars. Make sure you bring the money formally into the bank. You open a foreign account. Once there's evidence that you brought the money from outside, you can take the money back. Sometimes you may have used your property to take a mortgage, to take a loan, use your property to come. You want to pay back the money. But if you don't come through officially through the bank to see that you brought $100,000 from the US and it came to your account in Ghana, so the day you want to send that 100,000, because you brought it back, you have a foreign account. There are two. You have the forex and the foreign. The forex is the one that you take your dollars, you can put it in. The foreign account show that this money came from Citibank, this money came from here to be put into. So that is very important. Normally somebody say, oh, I have a friend, he needs dollars. So you give him and he'll give you cedis. You do that, but the day that you want to send the money back, you face difficulties. So these are some of the little things you should take into consideration. And I said the location is very important, that you decide what you want to do. because, for example, when Accra Mall came, they were from South Africa. And Accra Mall was very successful. They got excited. Then they built the West Hill Mall, Kaswa. It was a wrong location. The purchasing power there is not the same as in Accra Mall. So they built a big listing there, and it's not working. What they should have built there was just a small, what do you call it? Yes, that is the purchasing power there. But because they thought that it will work the same as Accra Mall, you know, they put one in Kumasi. What they have in Kumasi now is about a quarter of the size that they originally wanted to do. Then they realized that Kumasi, the purchasing power. So these are some of the issues you really have to work it out. When I wanted to put ANC at East Legon, I got a South African survey to come and do the survey. And at that time, he saw that about half of the land in East Legon is yet to be developed. He did a survey and he saw that the average income there at that time was $1,000, which was very, very high. That was the time it was 1-to-1. So he realized that even the size of the mall that I was building, in another 5-10 years, I would need more space. And that's exactly what happened. But if I've gone to build this mall in Kumasi, where I come from, where everybody was pushing me to come, I would not have the success that I had. So sometimes I don't like your sentiments. You look at the realities on the ground and do what you feel. So now I want to build a second mall, which is almost finished. I didn't jump into building another, but when you come to ANC, you see that, for example, ANC is a multi-purpose mall, in the sense that when you go to Accra Mall, you just go and buy. In ANC, we have a swimming pool, we have a fitness center, you have a playground for the children, you have the medical doctor, you have a clinic, so anything you want is a community mall. So you want the community to be able to get what they want there. So when we decided to build the second mall, we decided that there's something, another mall needed in East Legon, but not a normal mall. So what we built is like a Home Depot, which is about to be open. You know, there's nowhere in Accra that you can go and get all your building materials, everything in one place. So we felt, and we also saw that Accra is moving this way. So all the buildings and the new thing is going this way. So they needed something like that. But we just didn't rush into building another, and we have so what I want to say is that you have to really study the ground. You know, if I come and I want to do agriculture, I'll go to the bush. I'll go outside. Where if I want to do plantain, I want to go an area where there's plantain and I'll set my factory. You know, and there are so many things needed. For example, Ghana want to go into harvesting of into rice production. People are producing the rice, but they don't have the, the machine where yes, they don't have it. This is something you can set up around the area where they are growing the rice, so that when they grow the rice, they have a place to come and thresh the rice. You know, so one has to really think out of this thing to look at, like, the infrastructure. I saw that, for example, whenever there's a light out in East Legon, the first thing they do is to take it from the mall. Why? Because we are using a big chunk of the electricity, and they know that we have generator. Then I realized that when I use the diesel, I'm spending 10 times the cost of the generator, of the electricity. So it was very, very expensive. I mean, there was a time that during the last government that about 4 years, there was no steady electricity. And if I tell you how much we were spending to buy diesel, so the next step is go solar. The first mall with solar in the whole of West Africa. We are 90%, we rely on solar, 5% backup electricity. You see, it's expensive to go in. But when I look at the long term, I saw that it was worth it. So instead of rushing to go and use that money to build, I said, no, let me make this the maximum that I can make it. So now, if you are a tenant in ANC, your electricity bill is lower, and you know that 24 hours you have electricity. So one always have to think out of the box. Don't just copy what others are doing. You know, when you come to ANC, you see the car park, and people thought I was crazy to use all that space for car park. But what they forgot is that when you come to shopping mall, the first and the last is your parking. People should feel that when they leave home, they reach there will be a parking. There are so many places you are going, you are not sure whether you don't want to go because you don't think you get a parking. So even though a lot of the land was used for parking, it was necessary to do that so that people feel that when they come there, they will get everything they need. So, for example, we have 5 boreholes at the mall. We harvest all the rainwater. So we rely more on the water that we produce than the water supply. So these are the things that you do that it will cost you a bit, but in the long run, you make more this thing. So if there's no water, I don't have problem. Because you have thousands of people coming and they have to use the toilet facilities, and what is worse than going to the toilet and the water is not coming and things like that. So you have to think outside to make sure you do that. And if you're a Ghanaian and you are here, or even if you don't get involved in political patronage, come and do your business. Don't blind yourself with any political party. Make sure you do things correctly, you register your company, you pay your taxes, you do everything right. Don't, because what happened in this part of the world, you have businesses which spring out, they mushroom when one political party comes. The day that political party goes, that business is dead. And another group of businesses will come up. If you don't want to do that, make sure you don't get aligned. We all vote. I have my preference, but I just to make sure that I do what I have to do. I don't cut corners to move around. When you do that, you have temporary enjoyment, but you pay back later. So there are so many things I can say. You remember what I asked, the question I asked about having a land certificate and so being taken to court and all that. These are problems we face. But as it was said, you must make sure that you have your land certificate. Anytime you are buying a land, make sure the person selling the land to you have a land title. If he doesn't have a land title, take this thing, go to the land and make sure that Lands Commission and make sure if there's no title, don't buy the land. You have problems. The problem I have is maybe 1%. Normally, 99%, when you have a land title certificate, you don't have a problem. You go there and they give you an indenture. The indenture is just to say that I have this land and I'm selling it to you. The government has not confirmed that he has the land. They only confirm when you have the title. So this is something very, very important because in Ghana, unlike other places, in Accra, for example, an individual can sell a land, a clan can sell a land, a family can sell a land, a chief can sell a land. So anybody can sell a land. So unless you go to the Lands Commission and they check and they say, yes, this person who is selling you the land is the right person, you may have a beautiful document given to you with all sums, but it's of no value. So this is very important for people coming from outside who are anxious to acquire land, and the first person you meet, a chief, he has all the gold and everything, and he takes money from you. You may be buying a land, but you are buying nothing. So I know that you may have more questions, because I can, these are just a few things I want to say, but I'll wait for your questions so that I'll try to answer. But if there's any point you want me to bring it up, I will give an answer to it. Thank you very much.
Please can we appreciate Mr. as he goes back. Honestly, that's thank you so much for such insightful wisdom, and honestly, you can't put a price on such knowledge. And the good saying goes, you always have to learn from those that have gone before you. And I honestly commend you of all your credentials, of everything that you've achieved so far, and honestly, you're an inspiration. So not just myself, but so many other people. So thank you once again. And as he rightfully mentioned, in terms of preparing to come back to Ghana, it's all about preparation. There are certain things that as individuals and as people from the diaspora, it's important for us to prepare before we move to Ghana. And as you rightfully said, you set the tone for the next session that we're going to go into, which is all about investing opportunities, what to do and also not what to do. So I would like to kindly ask for the following individuals to please make their way up to the stage as I introduce them as we go into the second panel discussion. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Dr. Winida Lewis, who is a food and culinary arts industry and the founder and CEO of Crescendo Foods Limited. Thank you. Secondly, I'd also like to call on Mr. David Badu, who will be speaking and is a marketing expert. Can we please appreciate him as well? Apologies, Badu, sorry. I'd also like to invite Mr. Sapi Kwade to also come up onto the stage. Can we please appreciate him as he comes up? And I'd also like to invite Madam Sarah Badu as well to come onto the stage, who is into fashion and a co-founder as well. And if I could please kindly ask for Mr. Winston Ellis, if he's in the building, to also make his way up to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. And can I also ask for Madam Darko, if she's in the building, to also make her way, if she's here? Okay. Okay. Thank you all so much for joining me on the panel today. So before we go into questions, I'd just like to start from this side. So if you could briefly tell us a bit about yourself, the business that you do, and yeah, just to tell us a bit more about yourself.
Sure. Thanks. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I've been participating in some December activities, so my voice is slightly gone. So please let me know if I need to speak up. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Juanita Lewis. As mentioned, I'm a food scientist, and most people are like, well, what the heck is that? What is a food scientist? It's very broad. I would say from my peripheral, my background is actually looking into the food products that we consume and looking to see if it actually has health benefits. Does it reduce inflammation in the body? Does it actually help with, you know, if I'm putting a product together, if I'm trying to do, let's say, using turkey berry and making it into tea, does it actually claim what it says it does? And so that is what I have a PhD in food science, my undergrad, my bachelor's and my master's are in chemistry. So I'm straight STEM. After I graduated from grad school with my PhD now 10 years ago, I can't believe the time has flown by, I worked in General Mills, which is a company in the United States, so I'm American. How many people know Honey Nut Cheerios? Okay. So I worked for that company. I didn't work on Cheerios though, okay? I worked on baked goods. I did product development, and I realized soon enough I didn't like working in product development, but I liked working with people. And I also realized that I was interested in policy. So I moved from Minneapolis, Minnesota to the United States State Department or Department of State, where I worked in ag policy. From there, I actually got my opportunity to come to Ghana the first time in 2017. And so throughout that time, I realized that everyone, as the previous speaker spoke of, everyone focuses on ag plantain. They look at ground nuts, they go out to the bush and they do this, this, and that, which is great. But what I noticed the gap was no one looks at food service. How many people have a friend or a family member who's a chef? Raise your hand. Or they pretend they're a chef. How many people have friends who own restaurants? Right? But we don't think about the help that they need. So when I was working at State, I traveled throughout the continent, I should say. And because of the work I did in Ghana in 2017, I was asked to come back and live here for a few months in 2018. So I worked with entrepreneurs at the time. And what I noticed every time was that, great, okay, I went to this training. They talked about, nutrition. They talked about farming, but I'm a chef. I need training. I need to understand. How many of you all have gotten food sickness from visiting a restaurant? Raise your hand. I went somewhere yesterday, I had pork belly bites. Amazing going in my mouth, was not great 3 hours later, right? So that was where I saw there was a gap. And because during that 3 months, I did my research. And I said, if I get a chance to come back to Ghana, then that's the business I'm going to pursue. So here it goes, 2019, I started moving my stuff over. 2020, I came, then the world shut down. And I took the opportunity to start doing workshops for food businesses. We go to people's kitchens, try not to tell them that their kitchen was disgusting, but it would be most of the time. And working with businesses, small businesses, to understand that you need to be able to, if you're trying to increase your traffic, your foot traffic, you have to also understand the standards of why your food needs to taste the way it does in a clean and healthy manner. So that was the gap that I was filling. And then I took an even bigger step back and noticed that chefs, they just kind of bounce around to different restaurants looking for a place, looking for a home, I should say, to be able to display their cuisine. And so what I noticed here was that there weren't any shared kitchen spaces. I live in West Legon. All of the co-working spaces are where? You have Impact Hub, that's in Osu. You have iSpace, which is kind of out towards Tema. You have a couple places in Airport. All those are focused on what? Tech. You have Cosmos, that focuses on what? Ag, but from what side? More so farming. No one talks about food service. So I saw that as a gap, started Crescendo Foods, got registered, we're a nonprofit, and I noticed that in West Legon, there are there's small restaurants, but there aren't any co-working spaces. So I decided to start the first and only shared kitchen space in West Legon, in Ghana, as well as in West Africa. So we are in the process of launching this month. It's been one heck of a journey, but it's been a year-long process. I've learned so much about myself. And so one of the biggest things for me is, I get invited to food tastings all the time. Some are good, some are terrible. But, but at the end of the day, what I notice is that, yes, there is a gap. This is how we fill it. But also, how are we helping these food businesses? Again, offering trainings, offering kitchen space for them to be able to work out of. If you just want to try and see if your peanut butter and jelly sandwich is really great, we have a tasting room for you so that you can actually ask us. The people that I hire are Ghanaian. They're also women, we're women-led, but most importantly, we all have a background in food, or we're food-related or food adjacent. And so you are getting the best of the best, and we're being able to help the next set of businesses not only create a business with intention, but also a business that is offering safe and healthy food to society.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the GUBA team for putting on such an excellent event. Can we just give them a hand, please? Okay, so my name is David Wadu. I am a marketing professional, and I relocated to Ghana in 2021, should I say? We're now in 2023. And so I'm not going to go into too much depth into the background and journey that I've had, but essentially when we're talking about investment opportunities in Ghana, I'll just briefly touch on when I came in 2018, I recognized that there was so much scope for marketing activity, for advertising, and there were some excellent professionals here on the ground who had either worked for or worked with multinational organizations, but there wasn't necessarily opportunities for them to really grow their businesses because they weren't getting the leverage that they were looking for. And so I did a panel series called The Future of Marketing in Advertising in Africa, and along with some professionals did a roundtable to really try and understand where did they see the future of Ghana going. And whilst I was there networking, I started to notice some opportunities. And what really stood out to me is that billboard advertising, when you would go around, you would see large signs that saying rent me 024 406 4244. And either the writing was done well or it was scribbled on by somebody. I said, look, there's an opportunity here. Why is it that there is not a forum, there is not an aggregation where you can easily go and book outdoor advertising? So when I came in 2021, I still kept my role in the UK from where I'm from, and I started to think about how I could launch this business. And last year, we launched Vendo Smart City Advertising. So we are the first online advertising website where you can book, where you can search, and you can buy outdoor advertising space in Ghana. And so currently, yes. Okay, we'll have the conversation later. Yes. Yes, Google. So Vendo Smart City Advertising currently provides over 600 outdoor advertising sites across Accra, Kumasi, and Takoradi. So we've aggregated with partners in Ghana at the moment who own the advertising space. What we do not do is we do not own the advertising space because we have seen that we wanted to move into a digital setting where we can provide opportunities. And so some of the partners are doing great work at the moment, and I will not go against any of the work that they're doing. But sometimes as an individual, if you're looking to book that space, you have to go through several means, and also you might struggle. You might have to go to a physical billboard and write down the number, and they may only sell you the space that's within their interest because they own certain spaces. What we've done is we've opened the market up. So if you're looking to book outdoor advertising, there are no more issues. Billboards, metro, buses, trotros, lampposts, the list goes on and on. And so that's my part in investing in Ghana, and I look forward to telling you more through the panel discussion.
Hello, everyone. I'm a self-acclaimed cassava king. I run around town calling myself Banchi Hene, which literally translates to cassava king. I'm a founder and a CEO of a company called Banchi Chrome. Banchi Chrome, in English, stands for Cassava Village or Cassava Town. The name embodies what we do at Banchi Chrome. We are building economic enclaves using cassava as our focal point. We see ourselves as an agri-tech firm where we are collecting data along the value chain, and we are harnessing the potential of this data to create and stir industrialization within a cassava space. In Ghana, 70% of the smallholder farmers grow cassava. And cassava is like the second most important staple in our country. But it has so many industrial derivatives, and we haven't harnessed that potential yet. Currently, when it comes to cassava, Southeast Asia is controlling the space for industrialization. The derivatives are native starch, which the global market size is about 10 billion USD with a B. You see, native starch is applicable in big pharma, the food industry, plywood industry, textile industry, cardboard industry. So you look at the applications and you realize that the market size is just so huge, you know. Then there's ethanol, which is a derivative of cassava. So Ghana imports almost all of its ethanol needs. Probably we only do about 3% locally. So yes, I'm telling you. And you see, Casapreco is the biggest importer of ethanol through Midland. You know, so we are producing this much. We are consuming this much ethanol, and we are producing just about 3% locally. You know, and that market size is about 140 million USD as it stands now. You know, and people have seen the potential. You know, but how do we harness it properly? And it's a value chain thing. You know, then there's high quality cassava flour as a derivative, which is naturally gluten free. So that makes it a premium product. You know, and there's a big market in Europe, there's a big market in North America, but we are sitting on that gold, that white gold, and we are not doing anything meaningful about it. So then why Banchi Chrome? I mean, we are in there, and we are in there to create that conducive environment to draw in the investments whilst leveraging the insights of the data to create that economic value. Because when it comes to cassava, there was a Yinsu starch, which started under the PSI when our ex-president Kufuor was in power. And it didn't work because the value chains weren't connected in a seamless manner. When people talk about industrialization, our focus is on the end of the industrialization, which is the factory itself. But we are not connecting the dots along the value chain. We are not connecting the different actors that need industrialization to work holistically. So there is the farmer. You need transportation logistics between the farmer and the industry. You need some people to focus on marketing. Then you need financing to come in play. You know, you need people that have the capacity to understand how to harness the potential of that value chain in a holistic way. All these players have to come in for the industrialization to work. So investment trends. Currently in Ghana, people have seen the potential. Caltech, which is a Ghanaian-owned company, which is partly owned by Casapreco, is doing about 3 million liters of ethanol somewhere in the Volta region. I'm their biggest supplier of cassava, Banchi Chrome. And their challenge is that you're not getting enough cassava. Yes, I'm telling you. You see, it's a quagmire. It's almost elusive to me when I think about it, because Caltech is doing the 3 million liters. They need about 2,400 acres of cassava, you know, and my agreement with them is to supply them with 500 acres of cassava. But the thing is that we haven't, as a country, we haven't gotten to the point where we are producing cassava industrially. So the industrial nature of farming, like he rightly said, is very alien to us. So you're looking at the different logistics involved to ensure that you are doing it in a sustainable manner, not just doing it for doing sake. So if you do it one time and then you fail to do it the second time, then you failed holistically, because you let's assume that the factory is operating and it needs cassava at a certain point in time. You lose less energy when your factory keeps running. But once you shut the entire thing down, you are going to restart the entire facility, and you have the need for 30% more extra power being consumed. And that affects the entire profitability. So with ethanol production, for example, it's not just about ethanol production. The entire production, all the different byproducts can be harnessed for sustainability. There's carbon dioxide that can be harnessed along the way. And Casapreco is doing that with Caltech, where they harness the carbon dioxide for their fizzy drinks. And you can do waste to energy, you know, which creates like a whole sustainable ecosystem. So the waste then becomes energy, then you can supply to the grid as well and use the rest, and you can have zero energy usage. So all these things are applicable, but the thing is that we don't have the capacity and we don't have the persons to deliver on this mandate. So we at Branch Chrome, that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to build the human capital. We are trying to be within the space, connect the dots along the value chain all the way to marketing. We're having conversations with the commodities exchange and want to ensure that we are able to list some of these cassava derivatives so people can trade futures on the cassava derivatives. When you do that, you unlock investments down the value chain so that people can act in a sustainable manner, because there's so much liquidity challenges and bottlenecks as well. You know, you supply cassava, you're not being paid on time. How do you ensure that you trickle down when you are paying all these laborers and different actors that are working for you? So it's a big conversation, you know. Ethanol, for example, apart from Caltech, there is a factory, Sinostone, sitting in Drapon, doing 18 million liters of ethanol. If Caltech needs 2,400 acres of cassava, then Sinostone needs times 6 of that. So do the math. Yeah. Then there's a factory in Afram Plains, PLF, doing 6 million liters of ethanol annually. They just recently started production. And both Sinostone and PLF are Chinese. Where's the local investment? We need to own it somewhat, you know? So people are getting cheap financing through like Chinese policy for foreign direct investments, and then we are here. We can't access that level of financing because as it stands now, the only bank in Ghana here that can do even 15% on a facility is the New Development Bank. Everyone is doing 38% and more. 38%. And financing agriculture is a whole different ball game. You need moratorium. You need to ensure that there's sustainability. There should be a lot of hand-holding, you know, because people are trying within the space. And I see a lot of young people go into the space and then quit because it's really tough out there, you know. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm giving you all the stats. I sound very inspirational, but the thing, Charlie, it's not easy. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not easy, you know, and we are trying our best to make it work, you know. But when you look at the potential, and that's where the drive comes in, because the potential is so huge, and you can see in real time the kind of impact you're having on the ground. You know, I told a story a couple of weeks ago about when I had farms in Gomoa East where my off-taker couldn't buy my cassava for a certain period of time. And because of that, I had to wait and not cultivate that particular season and correct some of the things within the value chain before I cultivate. And I had the woman that I work with call me and say, Mr. Sape, school. What that means is that my kid wants to go to school, and because I didn't work for you this season, I can't pay the fees. And that is real-time impact. You can understand that what you are doing is impacting community real-time, right there. So with agriculture investments, like the impact is directly on the ground, and you can see it happen in real time, you know. So the opportunities in cassava, native starch. There is a company in Afram Plains, Twin Rock, doing about 30,000 metric tons of native starch annually. They don't have the cassava, so they are not producing it. I beg your pardon? No, they are not importing cassava. It doesn't make sense to import cassava because, you see, cassava is highly perishable. Within 48 hours, you lose about 10% of the starch content. And the focal point is the starch content. So it doesn't make sense to import cassava, but people are importing the derivative itself, which is the starch, from other places. So the local market size for the starch is about 160,000 metric tons. You know, so look at this. Kina Farmer, NS Chemist, Nestle Ghana, you know, like Olam, all these guys are using cassava starch for different applications, you know. So then the ethanol component to it, then the high quality cassava flour component. So you're looking at it and then there's a huge potential, but how do we harness it in a way where it's sustainable, there's a lot of impact, and it's inclusive? Thank you.
My name is Sarah Body. mine isn't as complex as the first three, so I'll probably speak for about 10 seconds. But I am the founder and creative director of a luxury fashion brand called Sarah Body, where we create special occasion and luxury bridal gowns and dresses. And that's it.
I think listening to everybody there just like throwing me off. I don't know where to start. Okay, all right. I think what I will do is I'll start with saying the 1st of February 2023 I found will change everything I plan to do. It almost knocked my business out, but thinking about it created more business for me. 1st of February. My profession, I'm a teacher. 1st of February, can anybody tell me what that signals for Ghana? 1st of February, can you tell me what that signals for Ghana? 1st of February, no? 1st of February signals the time and the date where any teacher qualified in Ghana can go online and apply for QTS, Qualified Teacher Status in UK. 1st of February. Okay, so let me put it again. You know your nurses? Okay, 1st of February 2023. They only started it, they only signaled this in December. Signals the day when your teachers who have qualified in Ghana, let me put it another way. So they've gone to University of Winnipeg and Kumasi and whatever, paid their 5,000 Ghana CDs per year, which doesn't actually train a teacher because a lot of it is subsidized by your government. The university places are subsidized by the government, which is taxpayers' money. Those teachers can take their qualification, go online and apply to get qualified teacher status in UK, apply directly to schools and go. What does that mean for Ghana? Let's take you back, I wasn't there, let's take you back to, I think it was the 1990s, we're Nigeria, and I can take you back to more recent time. As you can hear, sorry, I've got no direct connection with Ghana. My parents are from Jamaica. Thank you. I'm aware. And what they've been doing in Jamaica for the past 20 years, the whole of Jamaica could fit in Accra, 3-point-something million. And what they've been doing is going to Jamaica, recruiting the teachers, and then taking them back to the UK. I think it's about 5 years ago, the results for Jamaica's pupils who took the exam in a particular year. Not those who were eligible, not everyone who's like 16, but those who took the exam, 35% of them passed with maths and English. And that's as a result of the UK directly coming and picking the teachers. Not the worst ones, the best. That's what's going to happen to Ghana, and I'll come back and I'll tell you about me in a bit. But your Achimotas, I can't say the next one, so please help me with it. Mafanti Pim, is it? Boys and girls. You think, sorry, go on. Okay, you say. Yeah. Mafanti Pim. Yeah. Their school, their only school in Ghana. Okay, all right. So your school ain't gonna have no teachers, right? So what they're going to be coming and picking the best, okay? For me, like I said, I'm from the UK, and I came over. I train teachers. I'm an advanced skills teacher, which means I teach teachers how to teach in the UK. So I kind of must know my stuff, kind of. And there were some teachers I taught, and let's say 4 years ago, Africa was just Africa to me. As a Caribbean, growing up, and whether it's Zimbabwe, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, it was just all Africa. And I trained some African teachers because I was a teacher trainer. And two of them got together and said to me, look, Winston, it's about time you took us out for a meal. You trained us, took us out. And I thought, something's kind of wrong in that logic, in that me teaching you, putting bread on your table, and I'm taking you out. But for the cheek of it, let's go. One was called Tokes, he's from Nigeria. One was called Betty, she was from Ghana. Tokes and Betty said to me, well, Tokes said to me, have you ever thought about going to Ghana and recruiting teachers? And I thought, Ghana, Africa, I don't know. And I've had some good experiences and I've had some terrible experiences of training some of the teachers over there. Some of them have been good, some of them not very good at all. And he says, Tokes said, don't tell Betty here, but when I was growing up, all my best teachers were Ghanaian in Nigeria because they all left from Ghana and went across to Nigeria. And I'm still thinking, Africa. Then I sat down and thought about it. Betty, and all the strongest teachers I have ever taught training were Ghanaian. That was January 2020. So I rubbed my hands together and says, okay, right, because as a recruiter, every teacher I recruit, I get a good amount of money. I could recruit 2 teachers and sit back down in here in Ghana for the year. Maybe even 1, but anyway. So the money was good. So I advertised, this was January. No. Looking at Benta here, no. Right, so this was January 2020. And I put an advert out with Betsy and Tokes' help. And I advertised and I got all applications, got up to something like, say, 150 applications in Ghana for teachers to come across. This is when people were telling me it can't happen. Can't get people from Ghana or Africa to come across. So I advertised and I got over 100 applications, of which I siphoned it down to 60. I came over here Valentine's Day 2020. Okay, started interviewing the following day over a 10-day period, and I recruited and I got on my books 43 out of the 65 teachers that were very, very good. Some of them were not so good. I can remember interviewing a maths teacher up in Wa, and he couldn't do maths. And he was a head of maths. And he trained in Winnipeg. Hey, so I'm trying to think to myself, how does it actually work? How do you train down? It's not as if you were training in a rural school. You train in Winnipeg. And yes, and then you're placed up in Wahan. And you've been sat on your hands because some of the maths, because part of my training, part of my things, I give them a maths question. And I give them a maths question, and it's like equivalent of, this is what it's like. What's 2 at 2? Blue. The maths, it's literally like the maths that he was telling me. Anyway, that's beside the point. I got 40 odd really, really good ones. And this was February 2020. Went back, started to do my books. I had most of them placed. 2 or 3 weeks later, COVID. No teacher was going anywhere. Teachers were staying at home. So that messed up the whole of my thing. So anyway, I decided to come back. Ghana has certain pull factors. And I had some pull factors pulling me to Ghana. And what I decided to do was, as an advanced skills teacher and learning from what I saw from some of those other teachers, going back and giving back to Ghana. I got some equipment from schools and I was putting them back into the schools. I was going around, I was doing some training. I put training sessions on how to do interactive whiteboards. I did training sessions, how to improve your pedagogy, etc. And that's what I was doing. I'm going to try and end it in the next 3 minutes. 2? Right, 3. 2. So there was an opportunity a year ago, where the Minister for Education here linked with the Minister for Education in the UK, and they did a big press conference that they're going to do something together. They let that go. I went down to the office and I said, look, it's an opportunity for you to work with the UK. Do not let them come in and take your teachers. And that's what's happened now. Who does this? Who has, think of my brother here. You got your acres and acres of cassava king. Would you let people come in, harvest your cassava because you're feeling sick, harvest your cassava, take it all, and on the way out, not even drop anything back to you? That's what Ghana is doing, and that's what's going to happen. All your teachers, possibly, are going to be leaving from here, go into there, and everyone will say, okay, well, it doesn't matter. We'll send our school teachers. We'll send our coming from the diaspora as well. We'll send our children to the private schools, particularly as well. That's where some of them will be coming from. But this has created a business opportunity for me, which maybe I might be able to talk about later. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rhoda, and good afternoon, everybody. Hello. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm fine. Okay. My name is Rhoda, and I'm the CEO for Prime Foods. We specialize in popcorn, gourmet popcorn. I would say that I'm from Australia. I grew up in Australia, and I moved to Ghana 2018 to work in an oil and gas company. And the popcorn business just popped out through a dream. I know some people have watched the YouTube video, but I will just summarize everything here and talk a little bit about investing in Ghana. I would say that investing in Ghana is a bit broad when you are told generally, but I would say that a lot of people think about, oh, I need to come to Ghana and bring maybe $200,000, $1 million, because I'm watching all these YouTube videos of people that are making it in Ghana, building houses, real estate, different sort of finance company, marketing, etc. But I would encourage people here that would like to start something, please identify what you would like to do. And I'm begging, you can start off on a small scale. It could be $10,000, it could be $20,000. So far as you have the passion and the zeal to work, it would be successful. So I'm encouraging everybody here. There is so much support in Ghana. Just find the right people that you can talk to and just tell them, this is how much I have. It could be $15,000, $20,000. This is the product I want to develop. This is what I want to do. What can I do? And I'm 100% sure that if you've got the right people, they can give you all sorts of support to help you grow your brand. With the popcorn, I would say that I know people would copy. I'm aware it is the first that we've done because people living in America know about Garrett popcorn in Chicago, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Yes. So it's gourmet popcorn whereby you go, you get caramel, chocolate, vanilla, yes, chocolate cheese, vanilla, rainbow. I identified there was a big market. There is none in Ghana. And I decided to do it, and it's very, very successful. It's less than a year, almost a year, but the growth has been significant. We are at the moment at Westfields Mall and then ANC Mall soon. I got connected by Dental to speak to your son, Kwabna, last on the 30th of December. And and we've started the talks to expand because what ANC Mall wants is similar to the vision that I also have for the playground area next to the playground. So we are at Westfields Mall and Airport Residential. Follow us on our social media and support. But I would say that the GUBA group is also another platform that everybody could reach out if you are interested in the food business. Earlier, we have the Ghana Standard Authority, the FDA people here, giving all sorts of information. I had to go through the hard way. I didn't get any support, so I won't advise anybody here to do what I did. It was the hardest process that I could go through because remember, it's popcorn. Who tests for popcorn in Ghana? Like, really? So it was very, very difficult to go through the process, and I get knocked out. People don't understand what I'm trying to do, but I only know what I wanted. And by the grace of God, I got through the Ghana Standard Authority, and I got approved with the FDA to start selling on large quantities as well. So when you see our products in the malls as well, pick it up, take a photo, support us as well. So please, investing in Ghana is very important, but please don't overthink and assume that you need a big amount of money to identify what you want. Pray about it, identify what you want, speak to one or two people, get expertise, do your numbers, do your research, because we've got Mr. Samoa here that said that he got people from South Africa to come and give a survey and see if long-term there can be a profit and growth for his business. And that's exactly what I've done with the support that I have. So please and please and please, you don't need $100,000 to move back to Ghana. Just get a place to lay your head, a small car to avoid Uber charges. and start. Trust me, you will not believe the opportunities you would get and the support you get from people if only you have passion and be truthful and loyal to everybody you work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much for sharing your stories. And we're going to dive a bit deeper into your journey and the reason why you moved to Ghana. So I just wanted to give this first question to Dr. Lewis. In terms of the industry, the food industry, what are some of the challenges that you've faced as a woman in Ghana?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? So some of the challenges I face as a woman in the food industry in Ghana, there are a lot. A lot of the times, I would say a few challenges that I've encountered is that one, probably the lack of understanding when it comes to what I do in the food industry. Food science is not even that popular in the U.S. Usually, when you hear folks who are in that area, they had a family member who was a food scientist, and then they were exposed. That's not my story. My parents are nowhere near STEM at all, and then being here, having to understand what I do. Also, similar to what the lady at the end said, having people understand what you're trying to do. When I first came here and I said I wanted to open a shared kitchen space, I've heard, that doesn't work. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody ever want to do that? And then you see that they'll try to pick your brain because then they may think, oh, this is a moneymaker. But they don't understand what I have planned for my business in the next 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, etc. And also, too, being the person that actually has the idea. Sometimes they think it's the man who has the idea, and how dare I, and then also not being addressed correctly, right? So, when someone will say, well, miss, you don't know. Yes, I do. I have a PhD. I am published. I have a food science endowment in my name in the United States for the work that I've done. So I know my, as Erica Badu said, keep in mind I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my stuff, but also too, as a woman, being even in the food industry space, my biggest thing for working with restaurants, working with folks who own businesses, as women, as people, as Black people, trademark your stuff. There's an IP system here in Ghana. There's there's a department in Ghana. It's part of the registrar. It's an interesting thing to understand, but make sure you understand what copyright is. If you are a chef and you are doing curation of menus, what is in the agreement? Have an agreement. And understanding what does that all entail. So as a woman, who's worked in the food industry for over 10 years, I try to drop these gems, and there are a lot of people who don't listen to me because, one, they think, oh, I'm not Ghanaian, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, America's different. No, it's not. IP is IP. If someone steals your stuff, if someone decides to steal the popcorn lady stuff today and she doesn't have a trademark, she's screwed, right? So I think the thing is that, as we always say in the States, protect Black women, but also believe women, right? Believe your colleague. And then take the information. If you feel like something's not right, go research it yourself. So I would definitely say those are some of the challenges that I've seen. And also, of course, investment is always the biggest thing. As we see the youth who are wanting to start businesses, they're trying to find investments and investors who won't try to, screw them over. It's even harder for women, right? And so I look at, when I go to different panels, I see guys are talking about tech and they're getting millions of dollars backed by a half idea. Think about Uber. Half idea, $1 million company. I'm talking about a shared kitchen space that's never happened in West Africa. And what do I get? Madame, I don't understand. It's not going to work. It's not going to work at all. And so those are some of the challenges, but I also say those are some of the opportunities because it allows you to prove people wrong, but it also allows you to build relationships with people such as the folks on this panel to be able to move forward and do what you have to do.
Thank you so much. And just one last thing, I know you have to leave soon, so I'm just going to ask you one last question. What will be your three tips for anyone coming from the diaspora that wants to invest into the food industry?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think one of them was already covered. You don't have to bring $100,000. I mean, my business is capital intensive, right? Because you need kitchen equipment. I mean, point blank, period. But you just have to start. So just think of whatever that looks like, you have to start. Patience. You have to be patient. You have to be very patient. You have to be patient. You have to also understand you cannot come in from whatever country you're coming in and have that mindset. Do not come for a week and think that since I've been here for a week or 2 weeks, I've been here for December, everybody's going to enjoy my idea come rainy season. It doesn't work like that. You know, start to make those connections, understand how people make connections. And then I would say, last but not least, use your network. I was reminded of that yesterday. I was having a New Year's call with my family, and both of my parents, thankfully, are retired. And I mean, like retired, like traveling, minding their business, retired. And my mom said to me, you know, oh, you're having the soft launch for food businesses. You need to send it to me because I have friends who are also retired who will share it. And I had to think, my dad's a Buddhist. He has a friend who's Ghanaian who has family here. He's like, share it with us. You know, they may not be my network, but they're an extension of my family. So I think the thing is, and actually have an honest network, not a I'm only calling you because I need some money. Because a lot of the times people don't know how to build relationships. It's social capital. And I'm not saying that, oh, okay, I've seen, you know, Mama Lou, and I know that she's from America, and I know if I connect myself to her, she's going to get me what I need. I have no idea. She may not even be interested in what I'm doing. And so, I mean, well, you are. But I mean, but for example, but, you know, having the idea of I'm going to only be friends with that person because they have something that I want. The first thing I asked Mama Lou, how is you doing? How's your spirit? How are your children? And actually having a conversation. When I see, you know, I saw Jen earlier, I gave her a hug. Well, because she allows me to hug her. But I gave her a hug. So that means like building, that's how I'm building my network. It's like I'm actually intentionally and genuinely showing up for my network so that if they call me, it's not a, oh God, this person's calling me about X, Y, and Z. Okay, what do you need? Cool, I got it for you. Here it is. Because when I reach out to my network and they know it's somebody reaching out from, you know, I'm saying I'm connecting you to whoever have you, they know that I'm legit. They know that I'm not sending someone that's going to ruin the ecosystem. So it's all about to have genuine conversation. Go to somebody's office, bring them a coffee, you know, or bring them a tea. Ask them how their day is doing. Say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever. Actually genuinely show up because you will be surprised. I would say back to the challenges, some of the things that I've encountered that really kind of got my mind just, you know, just made me really stressed. I had to think about my network, and it'd be usually someone who I may have not heard from in a couple of weeks, and there's like, hey, what's going on? I need X, Y, and Z. Just randomly just talking about it. Oh, okay, cool. Next thing you know, it shows up. And the person says, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because I've been to your events, I support you. So that is, you know, definitely the major tip, the major key, I would say, is having that social capital, a genuine and intentional social capital network.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Please feel free to be excused. Can we please appreciate Dr. Lewis as she leaves us? Thank you so much.
Oh, anyone have questions? Yes. Yes, I have a card. I have a website. I have a little booth. It's small, but I have all the things. So yes, I have a couple cards with me. And please stay tuned. We are launching January 21st. We are in Westlake on near Gimpa campus. We are in a 3-bedroom house. We will be IG is crescendo. So if you
well, that's not probably appropriate to look at my shirt. But anyway, it's Crescendo, CRESCEN as in Nancy, DO _ foods. On the booth, there's a couple of cards that show where you can follow us. We're on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll be announcing it. We'll be doing pop-ups this year, trainings. Bring your kids. We'll be doing stuff for children. We'll be doing probably a popcorn making class. We also like to connect with local businesses so that they can show off their product. If you own a food product, you need a space to show your work, come see me. Okay? Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Gisikwa. Yes, I wanted to find out from you. I know the food industry is very huge sector, but it's something you talk about around the investment side of it that people are not listening, or not listening, but not being keen, on investing in this type of things that you want to do. I want to find out that from experience here, working in the space of entrepreneurship, I think most of the time, the financiers, both bank, private equity, angel investors, sometimes don't understand certain industries and sectors. So in general, so we have to be intentional as maybe entrepreneurs, or maybe whether ecosystem enablers, to bring these people under one umbrella and sometimes expose them to this market opportunity. Because if you go to a normal traditional bank, for certain industry, they don't have dexes or even expertise that can analyze the business and understand that this is a viable venture we can invest money in. So I think moving forward, maybe what you can also do is that try and sort of like maybe find a way to bring the financial sector ecosystem together and give them some education within the foodpreneurship or food business sector, the market opportunity. Because if they know the market opportunity and what is available for them, the banks are, or whatever it is, they're in there to make money out of the investment that they do. So let's try and do those sort of education so that we can get the right capital for the businesses that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Okay. So I'll take your question and then I'll answer your comment.
Okay, Sherry Thompson. You talked about going into a kitchen and looking at the hygiene of the kitchen and saying, ugh. That is, to me, a bankable situation, because I'm sitting in a bank, I go out eating, I kind of want to know whether I should be eating at that place. So here's what I'm thinking. From your business model comes the critique of restaurants and their space and how they're actually, not only what they're cooking, but what is the space that they're cooking in. I remember one of my favorite restaurants was Dynasty. It no longer exists. The FDA went in there, and after they showed that on TV, I thank my God in heaven that I'm still alive. And we've got to understand that we have all of these type of things going on all the way around, and they need to be looked at. They need to be exposed. They need to be critiqued. They need to be helped. That's, to me, where your bankable product is. Thank you.
So I'll just answer. So to the finance question, so I worked in economic empowerment, and it sounds like a great idea, but when you're talking to banks, and especially if you're talking about women entrepreneurs, half the time they do not give us the money because they feel like we will not pay it back. So there's a lot of gender bias, and that's in any part of the world. And I'll say, for example, there's gender bias. They may not feel like we'll pay it back, and we actually pay it back plus interest. And most of the time, if you're a husband and wife pair, the husband is usually the person that gets the money. Who does he give his money to? His wife, right? And then what ends up happening is that the cycle continues, because if the husband is left to it, not saying all men are like this, please understand this, but they may not pay it back, and then there's a debt. Even in the U.S. during the last administration,
You know, yes, there was the women's, I can't even remember. I should know. I worked on that initiative, but it was a women's economic empowerment initiative. But the thing was, it was focused on women internationally when there was $1 trillion that was left on the table that was not invested into African American women businesses. So that's to show you how, you know, when we're talking about financing, it's not always as clear cut. And also too, there's a lot of financiers who aren't looking at Africa, period. First of all, they consider Africa to be a country. That's number one. And then number two, you know, when we're talking about what, you know, everyone's focusing on Ghana, which is great, but they don't look at, you know, they look at farming. I'm looking at food service. I'm looking at restaurants. I'm looking at chefs. And, you know, if you are a chef, you can ask any of these local chefs. They get paid in cities, but if they step outside and went and worked at a restaurant in Japan or the US, now all of a sudden they're paid in dollars. They're paid, I know chefs who are making 5 stacks, $5,000 a month at a restaurant because they worked outside, right? So it's stuff like that. So how I'm answering the gap, what we will be doing is that if you're someone who has a food business, a food service idea or a food business, and you're trying to do something, we're actually trying to connect the gap by working with venture capitalists, impact, not just the ones who just, I want my money back in 2 years. You know, working with impact investors who actually want to handhold you and love taking the time. So angel investors who want to take the time to get to know you and so that they're connected. Because what you notice is that a lot of these incubator programs, companies, they just go from one program to the next, right? You just go from one program to the next. There's no support. So that's a gap that we are planning on filling this year. So I agree, but you got to be intentional about who's at your table because some people are just there to eat and they're not there to return anything. So that's number one. And then to the bankable idea about restaurants. So that's what I actually started in 2020, but then the pandemic happened. And so we have been actually training restaurants. Since then, we've trained Cocoon, we've done Aquabic Kitchen. We've actually, you know, they reach out to us and say, we want you to come and actually do a 1-day training with our staff. Now, that sounds great, but you still have folks, especially people who come from the diaspora, who come here, start a restaurant. They've never been in hospitality a day in their life. You tell them, I got sick. Oh, I asked my friend, they're not sick. So why would I need to go through your training? That's not how food pathogens work. And so you have to, you know, so it's a little bit, it used to do the same thing. It happens in the States as well, except that you can keep people accountable in other parts of the world. So what we are working with is just, hey, let's go ahead and start building intentional relationships with these restaurants and then slide in, let me come see your kitchen sometime. Or, you know, oh, I want you to come and do a video and with us, Crescendo, and you know, we'll show you how to make X, Y, and Z. And I just take note, like, oh, okay. Alma doesn't have on a hairnet. Kwame doesn't wash his hands. I'll come back anytime, but I'm going to train you. Yes, Kofi picks his nose and handles money, and then he's serving your jollof rice and his harmattan season. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like all these things that will work together to be able to serve the larger population.
Is there any more questions before Dr. Lewis leaves us? No? Okay. Can we appreciate how she leaves, please? Thank you. Okay. So I wanted to ask Madam Sarah Bradu, just in regards to your founder and obviously lead creative director within fashion. And I just wanted to know, how has it been moving from the UK into an industry within Ghana, into the fashion industry within Ghana? What are some of the challenges you face? How have you combated some of those challenges? And where do you see your fashion industry and your business going as well?
Okay, I'll try and remember everything you just asked.
I'll repeat.
But okay, so I had been doing the business for about 15 years before I moved to Ghana. I am young, by the way, in case you're trying to calculate my age, I am young. But I'd been doing it before. So when I just transitioned the business. So I was well established in the UK, making bridal gowns, selling it, sending it out internationally, but most of my clients were in the UK. So in 2021, David's my husband, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. But yeah. So we moved with our 3 kids in September 2021. And yes, I have 3 kids as well. It's always that same face. But we moved in September 2021. Now, I didn't know how I was going to do the business. I didn't know if I was going to do the business. But I have no plan B. It's what I've done all my working life. So September, October, November, I was at home, didn't do anything, was settling the girls in, making sure David was still working. So, making sure the family were okay. And then I remember the end of November, it was actually the 30th of November, I said to myself, I'd actually listened to a prayer call and they had said, establish what you want, say what you want. And I said to myself, in December, I'm going to find a space that I'm going to do my dresses in. I have no other plan B, so it's what I'm going to do. So 1st of December, actually, 2021, I found my space, spoke to the lady and moved in, and it happened very quickly, which is not the norm. It was a pharmacy, and we managed to renovate it and change it into a luxurious showroom, all in 6 weeks, was it? 5 weeks, which is the unheard of thing. Everyone says builders in Ghana, you can't trust them. That's kind of the stereotype. But I can gladly say that wasn't my stereotype. Managed to do it. The one thing that has changed with my business since I moved to Ghana is I have more help, which is amazing. I think one of the things we don't talk about enough is how much easier it is to get the help in Ghana, to get people to work with on your business. I did a lot of things by myself. I had an intern, but it was very me heavy. Whereas now I have 3 members of staff, which is going to grow. By the end of the year, I want to have 20 members of staff. But we have 3 members of staff and we're selling things, we're sending things out internationally. It's quite incredible how the brand has become more international since I moved to Ghana, especially Americans as well. Americans love African brands if you market yourself right. And if they see that they're going to get the quality without compromise. And I think that's been what's really helped us as a brand, that we always had American clients, but now, honestly, I think we have I've made dresses for maybe 3 people in Ghana since I started in February. One of them being my lovely cousin Denta. But it's not, most of my clients, I'm constantly at the DHL office. We're constantly going to DHL, which has been amazing. But moving to Ghana has forced me to see the business as a business. Because when I was in the UK, it was very easy it was just a nice hobby that made me money. But when you're in Ghana, it's got to be a business and it has to make you money, because now this is what I'm doing. There's no plan B. There's no, let me go and freelance for a designer very quickly. Let me go and do this. This is literally it. And I also have 3 people that I have to pay every month. So there isn't that, I can't just relax and, if there's not a dress, it's okay. Now it's, where are the dresses? I'm making sure that dresses are coming in. I also want to change the narrative of seamstresses in Ghana. That whole, they don't deliver on time, the quality's not good, the finishing's not good, all of that. I'm actually making it my aim to build a fashion school where we focus on the finishing of clothes. I really feel like the couture in London, where I lived in London, I had the opportunity to go to Sloane Street, which is a designer high street or designer street, where I could go and I could turn it Louis Vuitton dresses inside out. I could turn Dior dresses inside out and see the quality of their things. We don't have that here in Ghana. There isn't that. You're not walking into anyone's showroom, anyone's boutique and turning their dresses inside out. You can't come to my showroom and turn my dresses inside out. It's just not the done thing. You don't just walk in and do that. Whereas in the UK at school, they tell you, go and look at how these dresses are made. So I really want to change that narrative. I want to change the fashion education in Ghana. And I really want to make it so that Ghana can also be put, or Africa can also be put on the fashion map. And we can be considered as elitists, should I say, in the fashion industry. And not just that we're seamstresses, but we are fashion designers as well. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Did I miss anything out?
Yeah, you have answered. And just following on from that, if you were to do the move again, what would you do differently when you come back to Ghana?
I would have more patience from the beginning. So one thing, and I probably should have said this, and the lady said at Crescendo Foods said it as well, you have to have patience. And I wouldn't have And I think generally, not just with the business, but just in general, I wouldn't have been upset every time, like Mr. Samuel said, when the light went off and when the water wasn't coming. I wouldn't have been frustrated because this is not London. This is not the UK. And I would have adapted quicker. I think I spent the first 3 months wishing and crying that I was back in the UK because, and there's a lot of crying when you first move, but I wish I had set my mind quicker that this is Ghana, this is how things happen. My members of staff, honestly, when the lights go out, they just use their hand. In the UK, if the lights had gone out, okay, I'm off, I'm not working now, because it's not a normal thing. Whereas here, I feel like there's initiative, but in a different way. It's not the same initiative that we have in the UK. Here, I do find that my members of staff do want a lot of instruction. They do want to be told to do a lot of things because they don't want to make mistakes. But then when it comes to the lights gone off, they'll use initiative. When it comes to we don't have something, they'll find an alternative. So the initiative, I used to say that they didn't use as much initiative, but now I'm changing that to the initiative is different in Ghana and they use it in a different way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, my next question is for Sape. With regards to you're highly into cassava farming and the agriculture business. There's so many young people coming from the diaspora that want to invest in farming, but don't know how to do it, don't know who the right people are. So I wanted to know from you, what advice would you give to someone from the diaspora who wants to go into farming, whether that be cassava, vegetables, whatever that may be? What advice would you give to those coming from the diaspora?
Okay, thank you for the question. The first thing I would say to any individual trying to invest in farming, agriculture in general, in Ghana is to understand the context of the kind of investments they want to make. Context because in Ghana, there are no frameworks for most of the different investment sectors. So as an entrepreneur, you find yourself building a framework that is subject to your business model and building a business model that relies on a framework you built. Let me take that again. You build a framework first, and then you build a business model to support the framework you built. So, him, for example, back in the day when he started ANC Mall, we didn't have a framework to support the activities of he establishing a mall, you know. So he finds himself being a pioneer of that industry, and he needs to even educate even the government and the institutions on what needs to be done for him to get the requisite licensing for doing what he's supposed to do. You know, so that's the first thing. And context is everything. Even within different spaces, the government institutions don't even have the correct data that you can rely on, especially for agriculture. So you go to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and they are saying that Ghana has about 22 million metric tons of cassava being produced annually. 22 million metric tons. The truth is, if we were producing 22 the real situation on the ground is with cassava industrialization, the focal point is on starch. So CSRL, food research, and other ad hoc institutions have produced cassava varieties that have high starch content. So those are the varieties that industrialization needs. So there's Sika Banchin, there's Ampon, there's Doku Doade, there is Banchihima, there's Isam Banchi, and all these varieties have higher starch content. So these varieties support industrialization. So the conversation of industrialization is about producing these specific varieties. So you go into the space and hear, oh, cassava is lucrative. I want to grow cassava, and you don't understand the context of what you're trying to do. So a typical example being that if we try to establish a direct dichotomy between cassava for industry and then cassava for industrialization, and cassava for food. We try to create that direct distinction, and mainly because the local varieties of cassava, you can use them for food. So for kokunte, agbelima, all these varieties, these local varieties can be used for that. But if it comes to specific industrialization, where we are talking about native starch, where we are talking about ethanol, then you need varieties that have high starch content. So you need, and the starch content has to be around 20%, for you to realize your investment. So understanding the context is so key, and it's either you partner on an entrepreneur or come do it yourself. That's the thing. There's a Japanese proverb that goes like this: the biggest fertilizer that a farmer can give to his farm is their footprint. So you cannot be somewhere in the diaspora and try to build a team here locally and then try to control the team and do some micromanagement. It doesn't work. I have friends who have tried to do farming projects and are sitting in Accra and micromanaging a team somewhere in the eastern region. It doesn't work. You have to be there yourself. You have to properly interrogate the sector. If it's pineapple you want to get into, properly interrogate, do the investigation, understand what it takes to produce, understand what your market is, because sometimes the market is so dynamic. You can go produce sugar loaf for pineapple, and you realize that you can't export sugar loaf. You have to export MD2. And you have a friend who's telling you that, oh, pineapple is so lucrative. I've made XYZ in pineapple, and you hear, and you're like, okay, I want to go pineapple. And you sink in so much investment and realize that the context was wrong. You didn't understand. So it's so key for you to understand the sector, and either you partner an entrepreneur or you do it yourself. There's no in-betweens. Do it yourself. If you're moving here, plan properly, and you really need to cut your bridges. Just don't come in half and half. Once you burn those bridges and you realize that you have all your 2 feet in there, you will do your possible best to ensure that you are sustainable and whatever is working is working. And you see, and people come in with a profitability mindset that I'm making profits overnight. I've been doing cassava for what? 5 to 6 years, 6 years, yeah. I'm my 6th year, and I'm not profitable. I'm making a lot of revenue, but I'm not profitable. And it's deliberate because, you see, within the cassava space, the sector is such that the bottleneck sits with the sustainable supply of the feedstock to industry. The bottleneck is not a factory. I could build a factory today, employ people from India to come and to take over, get these guys to come in. But the challenge is that I will never get a cassava sustainably to feed a factory. When this new government came to power, people came to see me and said, Sapen, we need you to promote a cassava project. If I went along with them, I would have gotten a kickback of probably 500,000 USD. But I did not. I was looking at the long term. You go into such a project, the kickbacks involved is going to fail eventually. And people, your name is associated with a project. So you're looking at the long-term lens. How do you ensure that it's sustainability? So my focus is on the down part of the value chain. What is the feedstock itself? Once I'm able to harness that potential properly, guess what? I control the entire ecosystem because everyone needs the cassava. Then I can build multiple factories. So currently we are partnering for industrialization. We are not going out on our own. So if you don't have enough cassava, we can come in and take an equity position in your company and support you to become sustainable. So just to get back on track, the key thing is to understand the context. And the key thing is to understand that partnership is always the way to go. Partner an entrepreneur. Don't try to micromanage. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move over to the audience to have an opportunity to ask their own questions, I just have one question for Mr. Ellis. In regards to education, I wanted to find out from you, what have been some of the challenges that you faced having moved to Ghana within the education system, and also what opportunities are available for those from the diaspora when it comes to education?
Thanks for the question. I think the biggest thing is like people look at it and say once again, okay, you're from the UK, what do you actually know? We do it this particular way. And as an educationist, as I'm also a maths consultant, I would go into, and I'm working with some of the local schools. And apart the recruitment is where I earn my money, okay? And the other side is going and giving back to schools. And I'm working with one school, and it's sometimes I think, like I says, what can you do? What do you really know? So, to change the teaching, you know, inside the schools, a lot of it, that there's still chew and pour mentality. It still continues. If you look at the public sector, so if you look at the private sector, up into JHS, and I'm working with children and I'm speaking to people, so I'm getting this. I haven't worked with millions and millions of schools, but I'm getting this already. You go to a private, you can be sending your children to some private schools, and they will leave with the grades. When they leave that private school at primary and go to secondary, a lot of them struggle, because what I noticed at the primary school is that a lot of them are taught by untrained teachers, people who have just done SHS or whatever. And I've started up an NGO which is kicking in, which is to support the untrained teachers. That's what my NGO is, because when the training goes out, the people go to university and you get taught how to teach, how to look at people. I can look in my class, I can teach my whole class, and I can look and I can tell who can't answer the question and those who don't understand. And that's a reflect to me, this is the other thing. If I'm teaching a class of able pupils and the children do not understand it, that's my fault. Everybody doesn't learn the same way. I can say, pick that up there, and somebody goes and picks up this. Or I could say from here, look, you see that speck there? I want you to go and pick up this speck. It's about how you deliver. Everybody doesn't take the delivery in the same way, so it's about your cognitive understanding and how we actually say things and how people interpret it. Sometimes in a lot of the schools, there's the mentality that I've taught you and that's it. And in the schools that I'm working with, I'm trying to change that narrative and say, well, look, you know, take it as a, people used to say to me, I take education personally. Well, aren't you supposed to? What I do impacts upon the life chances of so many children, so why should I not be taking it personally? Have that mentality in England, and some of it impacts here. And you can understand when I walk in some of these private schools and they're being paid 300 CDs a month, 300, 400 CDs a month. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you because I'm going and seeing it. So part of the challenge is trying to get somebody to give more when you're getting less. That's one of my challenges. And like I said, them taking it from me as somebody who's coming in. And I think often I'm having to let them know, look, I'm not wanting something from you. I'm coming to give. And that's a mentality that I find that no matter where you are in Ghana, you can come up against that. I went to, no, leave that one there. Yeah, just that mentality alone of you want to do something, you want to give, you want to do something for free. It's either treated as it's not going to be good, or no, you're not doing it for free. You're going to do something and I'm going to get the kickback. In which case I just said, you know what, I ain't being done no more. I ain't doing it. I ain't playing that game because it's not what I came. I've done my time in the UK. I've helped out. I know I have a lot to offer here, right? I'm not coming just to take. I will still do my I will still go and do my my recruitment, and there's a massive opportunity in terms of this, in terms of just the training of the teachers here now. So here's where I'll get I didn't talk about how I'll make the money. There's the training of the teachers. A lot of the teachers over here are going to be applying for this QTS, and we're not going to get it. Having the QTS, England, UK, want to give you the QTS so you could all come across. No. This is part of their £34 billion industry, which they set in 2019, where they will get money from education exports. So you applying to the QTS, you're applying for the visa and getting to it, it's part of it. The countries that they included were Ghana, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe. And a lot of them are going to be applying, putting their money into a system where they're not going to get anything out of it. Having the QTS doesn't give you. When they get the paper, when the head teachers, am I okay for 1 minute more? 1 minute? Okay. When they get the paperwork in the UK and they say, this teacher's got QTS, which is what they want, and they look down through the school and they see, do you think they're really going to? So one of the things that I'm doing and where I will make my income is by training, and so that they can actually have something to say, right, okay, yes, I've been teaching in Ghana, I've been teaching in Nigeria, but I've been through this level of training with somebody who's done the Ofsted shadowing, somebody who's an advanced skills teacher, someone who's a maths consultant, and putting them through and actually helping them construct and write in their letters of application. Because in Ghana, when you do your training, they post you somewhere. You don't have to sit down and bid, I want to go for this particular job. So my thing will be quite lucrative, but I'm trying to do between the two. Okay, thank you.
And just my last question, in terms of anyone that's in the diaspora within education wants to move back to Ghana, what are the investment opportunities with regards to education?
I would say anything where you're actually starting to teach and you are thinking about STEM properly, and you're thinking about just thinking, critical thinking with inside the lessons as well, where you're taking away and you're saying, right, look, okay, we're not just doing this Chuanpo, because the Chuanpo you see temporarily, okay, but it doesn't help you later on in life. It doesn't help you later on in your WASI or in your university. It doesn't help you to literally to be able to think as a human being later on. Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll now give the opportunity for the floor for everyone to ask their questions. So if you please have a question, could you please raise your hand? You have a question? Just bring the mic over.
Yes, Mr. Sape, on the agriculture side, you know, you did mention a lot of great opportunities in there, which I believe so. But how do we change the narrative? You know, in Ghana, in our culture contest, I mean, since from school, we're little kids, it's like when you do something in school, go and weed, that's your punishment. You know, so there's this cultural myth that are sort of like, I think that the mindset of people that anybody who does agriculture is poor, you know, for the poor people. So somebody who even finished university and you want to try to them to go into modern agriculture, they don't want to do it. Recently, I think government got a program called Modernizing Agriculture, MAC, about $150 million for, what do you call it, from Canada, all right? And I had a chance to work on a small project that we went to the north. And I really wept that day, because the sort of things I saw in Idra, where they have the town that actually feeds us with maize, you know, in this country. And you realize that even mechanization, that's where we have agriculture mechanization places. And the people cannot even build the shredders that they use in shredding the maize from Idra. You know, so how do we change this narrative in terms of education so that people, especially our peers, the generation, the youth, will embrace agriculture as really sort of a viable business, but not to see as like it's something that is for just anybody or just child play sector.
Okay, thank you. Will any other questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Just a quick question for Kosava King. You mentioned something about partnering. How do we partner with yourself or people that are in similar situations or industries as you are?
Awesome. Any other questions? Because we want to wrap it up.
Yeah, it's working. You just mentioned that when, sorry, I'm speaking, yes, exactly. You just mentioned that when you were giving something out for free, people were doubting it or not really trusting you, and we just founded an NGO what we're doing is we are basically a company builder, so we recruit talented people and try to enable them to build their own businesses, and we're even paying them for it. And for some reason, I'm feeling like a lot of people feel like it's too good to be true. And I spoke with a couple of young people in the last couple of weeks, and my question on you will be, what advice would you give, or what are your experience in actually offering something out of your heart and not with any second thought in mind? How can we offer that to people and have them accept it?
Thank you. Any others?
Hi, my name is John Blankson. My background is in operational excellence in the corporate industry. When I listen to your stories that you're doing here, how has operational excellence and the ability to execute prevented you from scaling here in Ghana? Operational excellence. So when you talked about the advertising, I think you touched on that subject. But I think that's probably systematic in the way we will try and scale here in Ghana.
Any others? Okay, we're done. So we'll go over to Banchihine.
Okay, Stephen, your question. The answer to it is advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. You see, the thing is that because in our entrepreneurial spaces in Ghana, most persons that are doing whatever they are doing seem to be pioneers within that space. You need to be an advocate innately whilst you're building your business. You know, I'm currently the General Secretary for the Ghana Industrial Cassava Stakeholders Platform. That means that when it comes to cassava industrialization, I'm the CEO, you know? And it's because I kept advocating for the sector over and over again. So my people that are within the space that are in their 60s and whatnot, they see the fire in me and then they say, you know what, we need you to lead us because you are advocating for the space. You know, and once you are advocating, you would realize that you begin to connect the dots. Within different spaces, it's not just about your ability to build a business. It's the connection between policy and then business building. It's the connection between finance and then business building. So you keep advocating and connecting the dots. And once the advocacy is churning out results, you create a conducive ecosystem to support the entrepreneurship within that subsector. Let me give you a very typical example. Within the finance sector, people have advocated for so long that the different frameworks were built. So that is why it was easy for people to plug in Momo with MTN and Pesa in Kenya, blah, 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 and it was working, right? Within the agriculture sector, we don't have the fiscal framework. So people are even trying to build agri-tech solutions, and it's not working. You would easily find funding for agri-tech projects. But even for the core agriculture spaces, if you want funding for production, it's too risky, so they won't fund you. But if it's an agri-tech model, it's very easy to fund it. But guess what? Because the hardcore stuff hasn't been done, the ICT that sits on the hardcore is not working. You know, so you keep advocating and you'll be connecting the dots. When COVID hit, typical example, Caltech, that's doing 3 million liters of ethanol. There was a de facto policy that was created around the fact that people could not import ethanol into the country because the global logistics was curtailed. So all the guys that were importing ethanol came to Caltech and said, I have X amount of money. Every drop of ethanol that you get, sell it to me. It was a missed opportunity to advocate for the sector such that we won't be in that position again when there's another COVID because we're importing all our ethanol. If we advocated properly, we would have replicated Caltech's model and would have had 4 or 5 Caltechs now. Because that was the first time Caltech was profitable because every single person went there and deposited money and they were moving around the country looking for cassava to buy. You know, so at the time, you had created a de facto policy where importation had been curtailed and had created
a local market, and the demand was such that every single person was dumping their money at Caltech. So it is advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. And once you keep advocating for the space, you'd realize that you create that enabling environment, and then the people begin to connect. The government will begin to listen. The entrepreneurs will begin to show up and play discrete roles along the value chain. Because it's not just about growing the cassava. For me to be sustainable, a transportation guy, also an entrepreneur, needs to come into the space and ensure that there's connectivity. For me to be sustainable, I need someone who is an engineer that will work on my tractors. When my tractors, there are issues with my tractors. For me to be sustainable, I need to ensure that whoever is off-taking my cassava can market their produce properly and then get their monies back on time so that they are sustainable, so it trickles down to me. So advocacy, 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 And then to your question, at Banchicom, we are very big on partnerships. The key thing is to draw a lot of people within the subsector. So for the cultivation of cassava, to be specific, we support people who want a partner to grow. What we do is that we provide the market for you to sell your cassava, and then we support you by providing tractor services, providing guidance on how to establish a cassava plantation, blah, 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 provide you with planting material, and then you fund it. And once it's ready, it connects to the market, you get your money, and then we split the profits. So that's one way we could partner, but we're open to have conversations. Thank you.
Okay. Next, David, can you answer the question?
Okay, so question about operational excellence and scaling. So I'll just talk briefly about my own experience. What I was used to in the UK, some of those aspects I didn't find here. And so when you reference about operational excellence, for me, it's about bringing the ideas that you have and understanding the system that you're coming into and how can you bridge those two together without being pushed down by frustration. So a typical example, some of the partners that we work with at the moment that own outdoor advertising sites, they may own over 100, but they only have pictures of 20 of them. They don't have the geolocation either. And so I'm coming into the system and our team is coming to the system thinking, how on earth are you selling these spaces if you don't know the geolocation, if you don't have a picture, but somehow, some way, they are being able to sell it. So what we're looking at is how can we start to implement a system in place that can help to ensure that all of our partners have simple images of their outdoor spaces. And so when you're selling it, those who are looking to buy that space can identify with it and then understand, is this going to be the right space for me? So the second thing I'll add is about working the long game, right? So when Dr. Summer talked about ANC more, about the fact that he was looking at feasibility study and looking at 5 to 10 years, if you're looking to build a business and scale, you have to play the long game by putting the structures in place initially and then being diligent in those structures as well. If you aren't diligent in those structures and you let the system bend your business into such a place where you remove that excellence, later on down the line, it will look to hurt you. So yes, it is difficult. And at the moment, when you go into our website, vendorsca.com, you will see that some of the billboards and the advertising spaces that we have, they don't have a picture, they have a placeholder. Why? Because of the point I referenced before. We are dependent on our partners to ensure they have it. But we are putting that structure in place so eventually, as they catch up, then we can ensure that we've got that excellence in place. And hopefully over time, that should help us to scale. So I hope that answers your question.
Perfect. And I think teacher to answer the last one.
Thanks. I think regarding your question, I think David and his wife answered it. Two things. Number one, patience, diligence. You'll get very frustrated here. Ghana frustrated me back to the UK. I took a few months and I come back. When I came back, I knew myself. Right, when I came back, I knew myself and I knew where I was. Trust me, everything going down, everything was a fight. Everything in Ghana was a fight because I thought I was in the UK. I'm driving down the road and you cut me up. I want to speak. It doesn't work. I'm in Ghana. You can imagine the journey going home, how many times people are going to be cutting back. The worst thing is like when somebody's doing something, I'm sorry. But how can you be sorry when you're doing it? Don't make no sense. You're doing it, you continue doing it. It's reversing into the space where I'm trying to park. I'm sorry, okay? Sorry, okay? Anyway, so it's about, you've got to understand, It's true. You've got to understand with who and where they are coming from. I go into a classroom and I ask a question, and I get, why? Because children are, when a teacher teaches or when an adult tells you something, you're not supposed to be there to question them. So my whole of my teaching in the UK, I understand that you're learning when you're questioning me. Don't give up. Remember that they're coming from a different place from you. They have not had the same, no, not me say, that seems wrong. The way that they do things works for Ghana, and it's about you and me changing and meeting in the middle somewhere to achieve what you wanted to do, what you want to get. I could have sacked, and I have done, some of my people and rehired them, and sacked and rehired them, when I actually realized, hold on a second. And sorry, the last thing I want to say as well is that sometimes, me coming from the UK, and I'm speaking to some of them, sometimes what the words I use means something slightly different. So sometimes we're doing this. So you've got to ask yourself, okay, so, and clarify. So what you're actually saying is this, and often you get, no, I'm not saying that. Well, that's hopefully that's helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your experiences and all the opportunities that you faced and all your experiences to all of us. And I'm sure most of us have been inspired by your journeys. And some of us will probably even make that step to be able to move to Ghana eventually. So hopefully they'll be on the panel next time to tell their story. So thank you all so much for joining this afternoon. It's been a full-packed day. I know some of you have been with us since the morning, so we want to say thank you so, so much for your time. Thank you, panelists, for your time. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you so, so much. And just before we close, I'd like to call on our very own Lady Denta Abwating, who is MBE award winner and also founder of GUBA Awards. Okay, thank you all so much to all the speakers. Doc, thank you so much for spending the whole day with us. I really appreciate it. I know that you've learned a lot as well. And all of us is learning. You know, when you're coming to Ghana, when you're coming on the continent, it's all a learning game. We're learning every single day. Like Sape said, there's no framework for some of these institutions. And so you're having to build yourself. And so that's where the frustration comes, because you don't really know what you're doing, but you're just doing it and just hoping that it works. But it will work. We have to have that patience for our continent to be able to work. We have to make sure, because look, when you go to the UK for the first time, you don't know anything. But somehow you manage to make things work. Our parents didn't have working permits or whatever, but they made it work. We can make it work here. And this is why we set up the Diaspora Network. We don't want you to get frustrated and leave. The Diaspora Network, Jennifer does not sleep. She's always talking to members so that you will be okay. Because for us to build our nation, we need our diaspora back. And I keep saying this, we need our talent back. In Ghana, we only have 3 rheumatology doctors for 32 million people. But all our doctors and nurses are outside in the diaspora. Some of them want to come back, but they don't know how to come back. And so please, any of you that haven't registered with us, register. Because we want to build the numbers. When we have a case, when we have numbers of our diasporans that are here that are doing things, we can also use that data to get things for us. So please, 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 I always say this. We are stronger together. We are stronger together. Some of us have learned so much, and some of us here on the ground know so much. Let's work with each other. It's the year, and I'm gonna actually declare it, it's the year of partnerships. Let's do more partnerships. Sometimes you cannot start things on your own. Somebody has started. Just inject. oneness. We are all one. We are all family. Whether you're African American, whatever, as long as you are black, you are African. The land is yours. The land is ours. Let's work together. God bless you all. Thank you to our sponsors, Pay Angel. Thank you to Agazi Homes. Thank you to my team, wherever they are. Thank you all for the hard work, Evolution, for putting up this event today as well. And to anybody that hasn't registered, the desk is there. Go and register and pay your £150. It's nothing. It's actually nothing when you think about it for the work that we do. This event is not done. It's hard to get access to these government officials. Even us, the letters that we have to write and write and write and write. This is a unique event that we do. We can get you to meetings with the right people that you need to meet. It's all hard work, but we need to make sure that we contribute. Because sometimes us diasporans, we also don't want to pay. And it's frustrating because we have built something that's going to make it easier for you, but rather you like to go to Kululu. Then when you struggle, then you come to us. But we are saying this is the services that we provide for you. We'll hold your hand and make sure that you don't get that frustration. We take the burden for you. The year of, thank you. Group photo with the speakers. Jennifer, if you can join. Bunching. David, picture.